Okay, President Sklar, I believe we are filling in pretty good with attendees. All our devices are recording. The floor is yours, sir.
Great. Thank you very much, AGP. We really appreciate that. Good morning. This is the first day of the August 19th, 20th meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission. Callers have been placed on mute, and when it's time for members of the public to speak, they will receive instructions on how to do so. We appreciate that speakers will be unmuted individually. You will have to then check to make sure you're also unmuted yourself if you're double muted. We'd like to ask our Rachel Valenti from our staff to go through some particular technical aspects, and then we'll get on to the meeting. Rachel?
I'm sorry, Rachel, you're muted.
There you go, Rachel.
My apologies. Thank you, President Sklar. If you're participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and Zoom webinar are linked. And if you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, that linkage should happen automatically. Please note that if you are joining by phone only and wish to speak on an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you're having technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact by email it@agpvideo.com, which is our preferred method, or the phone number 805-801-3576 if needed. There are expected to be rolling blackouts throughout the state today. Commission staff have developed a backup plan and do not expect this to affect the ability of the Commission to continue this meeting. If you are on the webinar, we suggest that you save the call-in information for this meeting in an accessible location so that you can join by phone in case your power goes out. And finally, Zoom's chat feature is disabled for this meeting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. With that, we're officially calling the meeting to order. I'd like to ask Sherry from Bynett to do a roll call, please, to establish a quorum.
President Sklar.
Here.
Vice President Murray.
Here.
Commissioner Hostler-Carmison.
Here.
Commissioner Burns.
Here.
Commissioner Silva.
Here.
Terrific. Great. We've got a quorum. Thank you very much. I'd like to now ask our Executive Director, Melissa Miller-Henson, to go through the meeting introductions and also rules for the meeting. Melissa, please.
Thank you very much, President Sklar. Commissioners, welcome to our attendees today to the first day of the California Fish and Game Commission's meeting. Supporting you today on staff, we have myself, Melissa Miller-Henson, the Executive Director. We have Rachel Valenti, your Deputy Executive Director. Your legal counsel, Mike Yon. Both of your advisors, Marine Advisor Susan Ashcraft, Wildlife Advisor Ari Kornman, and our analyst Sherry Von Buena, our analyst Cynthia Keith, and our State Secret Fellow Rose Dodgen, all supporting our meeting today. This year, the Commission and the Department celebrated their 150th anniversary. And the goal of both of our organizations is essentially conserving our heritage and natural resources, in particular the Commission through an informed decision-making process. These meetings are vital in achieving that goal, and in that spirit, we provide the following information to be as effective and efficient toward that end. We're operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, and these proceedings are being recorded and broadcast. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the presiding commissioner, which in this case is President Sklar. The amount of time for each agenda item may also be adjusted based on time available and the number of speakers. We will ask how many speakers we have before taking public comment on agenda items, so please be prepared and listen closely for your name or phone number to be called. When you speak, please state your name and any affiliation. Please be respectful. Note that disruptions will not be tolerated. Importantly, time is precious, so please be as concise as possible. If you don't already receive meeting agendas, you can easily do so by visiting the Commission's website at fgc.ca.gov and sign up for our electronic mailing lists. We have a number of subjects to which you can join, and you have full control over when and how many you receive. If you are interested in the Commission making a regulation change specifically, note that you will need to submit that request in writing, we do have a form on the website that helps you with that process, that provides all of the details that the commissioners need in order to consider that request. If you have any trouble finding that, please don't hesitate to contact staff and we will assist you. And a reminder to please silence any mobile devices and computers, especially if you're not speaking, to avoid interruptions to the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate it. Before we begin fully, I'd like to ask any elected officials and tribal representatives who are on the call to identify themselves. They can do so by raising their hand. What we do is you either raise your hand using the Zoom feature or you press *9 one time. Our staff will see you there, and one by one, we're going to let you on to identify who you are so that we can identify you later. You could also tell us which agenda item you'd like to speak on. That'd be really helpful. Again, we're asking only elected officials and tribal leaders to raise their hand right now. And with that, Sherry, can you tell me how many people have raised their hand?
I'm only seeing one hand raised, and that's Marilyn Jasper.
Okay, she's not a public official.
And perhaps while we're waiting for elected officials to raise their hands, I'd like to take a moment to also introduce our California Department of Fish and Wildlife attendees.
Terrific, that'd be great, thank you.
Yeah, so we have today with us from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which is our primary partner and a fantastic supporter of the work of the Commission. Chuck Bonham is the director. He's with us today, along with Nathaniel Arnold, who is the Assistant Chief for Law Enforcement, as well as Mike Stefanik, also with Law Enforcement, Stafford Lair, Deputy Director for Wildlife and Fisheries Division, and Craig Schumann, who is the Regional Manager for the Marine Region.
Terrific, thank you. Let's Sherry, any elected officials raise their hands? Sherry, you're muted.
Sorry, there are no hands raised.
Okay, great, terrific. Then we're going to move on to the next item, which is considering the agenda and approving the agenda items, order of agenda items. One comment, we'd like to move items 14 plus 16 to just after lunch to allow for a state official to be present for that, who's an important part of that conversation. So just please note if you're here for 14 or 16, those are going to be moved to right after lunch, which would be around 1 o'clock today, roughly. Maybe a little earlier. With that, fellow commissioners, do you have any requests for changes or additions or change in the order of the agenda?
President Sklar, I do have a request. I know that there is a tribal representative who wanted to make a comment on purple urchin, and I believe that is on the consent calendar. And I think during the tribal committee, we had some good discussion regarding that. And I think Dr. Schumann could also share a little bit. So if it's not a problem, I think it would be a brief comment.
Okay, great. So we will allow. Well, there's always allowed comment on the consent calendar, even if we're not having full discussion. So we'll do that when we get to that for sure. Thank you for bringing that up. With that, can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda
In a second.
with the changes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Silva, seconded by Commissioner Burns. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Silva,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Hustler-Carmison,
Aye.
Vice President Murray,
Aye.
President Sklar.
Aye. With that, we move on to general public comment. General public comment is for comment from any member of the public who'd like to speak on any item not on today's agenda. If you want to speak on an agenda item, please wait for that item to come up. If you would like to speak now on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 once on your phone and you'll be unmuted and you'll be queued up. Sherry, when Sherry unmutes your line, you'll hear your line has been unmuted, but you also may need to unmute yourself. I'm going to wait and see how many folks we have before we determine the amount of time we're going to allow for public comment. But let's give it a minute or two for people to raise their hand on Zoom or press *9 once on your phone so that you can get in line. And again, we'll wait about a minute or so just to see how many people we have.
Billy, this is Sherry. I'm not getting the option to allow anyone to speak. Am I properly designated as co-host or just renamed as co-host?
Sherry, try that now. You just got renamed, so see if that works now.
Yep, it's working now.
Okay, great. How many people do we have so far?
We have 11 raised hands.
Okay, we're going to allow 2 minutes each for our commenters. And why don't you just start calling the name, unmuting one at a time, Sherry, please.
Marilyn Jasper, you've been allowed to speak. You may need to unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. California potentially lethal wildlife diseases outbreaks are impacting this state's wildlife and natural resources agencies to the extent that they must take responsible action immediately. First, in this year's May report, DFW confirmed the first rabbit hemorrhagic disease virus in the state, highly contagious, often lethal, and many other wildlife species depend on rabbits as prey for food. The virus is hardy, can remain viable on meat, fur, clothing, and equipment for a long time, making it easily transmissible to other areas. But hunting season for rabbits, especially jackrabbits, is year-round. Second, in a DFW alert this month, deer hemorrhagic disease outbreaks, which are usually fatal, were confirmed as the cause of death so far in Napa, Santa Clara, Sonoma, Tehama, and Yolo counties. Fawns are at greatest risk, and these outbreaks can have huge impacts on deer populations. Third, in May, DFW reported the state's first confirmed cases of crippling and painful hoof disease in elk herds. There is no cure. Additionally, a deadly bacteria outbreak in fish hatcheries resulted in a big kill. Surveillance is important, but it alone is grossly inadequate. Agencies need to be proactive and get in front of these wildlife diseases at the outbreak stage before they become epidemic and/or pandemic. The state's moratorium on moving elk is certainly a good first step, but hunting creates unacceptable added stress to already vulnerable wildlife. Hunters may be encouraged to have killed game tested, but that's a hit and miss process. The best option is to close hunting seasons early and/or simply create a moratorium on hunting until these multiple wildlife epidemic disease issues are resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Michael Tripp.
Michael, are you there? You may need to unmute yourself. And we're allowing 2 minutes, please. Hello, Michael, are you there? Okay, we'll let Michael come back later. Next speaker, please.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, I had a little trouble unmuting myself.
No worries.
My name is Michael Tripp, and I'm the Chief of Planning for the LA County Department of Beaches and Harbors. I just wanted to make you aware of some disturbing behavior that we're seeing at our tide pools at Royal Palms in San Pedro. We're seeing large groups of people go down there at low tide and take the sea life down there. And it's been happening for several weeks now. I went down there with my biologist and we did not see any large snails or mussels remaining down there. And so it seems to be something that is becoming more prevalent. And we just wanted to make you aware of it and ask if there's anything that you could do to help prevent it. On our side, we have put up some informational signage, but as I'm sure you're aware, people are still allowed to take different types of sea life if they do have a fishing license. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Yes, I know the department's aware of that and we've been in discussions with them. So, but thank you for pointing it out. We appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Hi. Hi, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, commissioners. So my name's Ashley Eagle Gibbs, and I'm the Conservation Director at the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, based in Point Reyes Station. For nearly 50 years, we have been working to protect the unique lands, waters, and biodiversity of West Marin, where we represent approximately 1,200 members. Since 2014, with our partners Point Reyes National Seashore and Cal Academy, we have administered a successful Marine Protected Area Watch program in Marin County, fostering community science. MPA Watch is a statewide program that trains volunteers to observe and collect data on human uses of coastal and marine resources, both inside and outside MPAs. One of our monitoring locations is at Agate Beach or Duxbury Reef State Marine Conservation Area, or SMCA. So to follow up on the written comments we submitted August 6th, I want to briefly update the Commission on progress being made on the increased visitation and potential poaching our volunteers have observed at Duxbury Reef. Our volunteers are observing dozens of people on the reef outside of prior years' statistical high visitation dates, and observing people in increased numbers with collecting materials. Some are collecting for personal consumption, while others are unintentionally collecting, like placing organisms into buckets for observation or play. Many are completely unaware they are in an MPA. Due to the urgent need for presence at Duxbury, we have activated some of our volunteers to distribute CDFW materials at the trailhead of Duxbury. Over the course of the weekend of August 8th and 9th, we observed a total of 258 people accessing the reef over a 3-hour period from 9 to noon, with the heaviest usage on Sunday. So just wrapping up here, we met with the Seashore and County Parks on August 7th to discuss a collaborative effort. And we wanted to thank you for the response that we received from CDFW enforcement and Dr. Schumann addressing our concerns. We appreciate the response and efforts, and we look forward to continuing to keep the Commission updated with the situation as things evolve, and hopefully we can collaboratively respond to these concerns. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
President Sklar?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, President Craig Schumann, Fish and Wildlife Marine Region. I'll be speaking to this during Marine Region Update later in the day regarding our efforts on tide pools.
All right, terrific. Thank you very much.
And actually, President Sklar, yeah, that's fantastic. I was actually just going to ask Dr. Schumann if he wanted to respond, because I've certainly been hearing from a lot of stakeholders on this issue, and it's incredibly important and timely. So Dr. Schumann, thank you for speaking on this later.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you. Sherry, next speaker, please.
Mark Shargill.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Vice President Samantha Murray opened the last meeting with a beautiful statement about equity, diversity, and inclusion. Commissioner Silva connected his lived experience to ongoing work for social justice. I was so proud to participate in a process embracing those values. For decades, divers have been the eyes and ears of this commission and the department. At the last Marine Resources Committee meeting, I called for a comprehensive plan to protect and restore kelp. A senior scientist replied that lack of a plan was, quote, certainly not, definitely not the case. He went on to cite 2 tiny pilot projects to thin out urchins, both proposed and conducted by recreational divers, as his plan. We're losing giant kelp forests along 600 miles of coastline. When Melanie Moreno found sargassum on a dive at Monterey, the department acted quickly to remove the single specimen. Bravo, DFW. But there is no monitoring or prevention. Local divers would happily volunteer for that job. In that July 29 response, a debunked false rumor of urchin crushing at Anacapa was repeated, and the image was conjured that I and the entire diving community are, and I'm going to quote this, divers forming vigilante hordes going out and smashing urchins wherever they find them. I was insulted and hurt by that characterization. Why does it take only the imagination of divers behaving improperly to get us all branded with defamatory language? Divers are ready for a new relationship with the department, one based on collaboration, dialogue, and especially mutual respect. I grew up hearing people labeled with slurs based on our skin color, family origin, or religion all the time. Now I live in a country where at last that's no longer acceptable. Is it okay to call thousands of taxpayers a vigilante horde because they own scuba equipment?
Great. Listen, I want to thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Melanie Moreno, you may need to unmute.
Thank you. My name is Melanie Moreno, and thank you, President Sklar and commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. I am extremely concerned about the recently confirmed presence of Sargassum horneri in a marine conservation area in Monterey. Sargassum horneri is a horribly invasive marine algae. In Southern California, this same species spread like wildfire and caused the collapse of the kelp forest ecosystem throughout many marine protected areas in just a few years. The infestation proceeded unchecked, despite pleas from stakeholders to gain permission to remove it using scientifically demonstrated protocols to prevent its accidental spread. Stakeholders were told that invasive species could not be removed because they're within MPAs and are protected. I cannot let that happen to Monterey kelp forests on my watch. Since I first discovered Sargassum on June 4th, I've completed over 50 dives searching in the vicinity of the first find, mostly alone. To my knowledge, only one team of divers for only one day from Fish and Wildlife has been out to search and remove this fast-spreading weed. I am just a retired school teacher. I could use some help here. My concern is that the source of the infestation may lie in areas nearby in which recreational divers like myself are not permitted access. We need a clear action plan for removal of invasive species in our marine protected areas. I've been told there's a comprehensive plan in place, but I've searched on the internet and cannot find a published document. Is the plan to allow invasive Sargassum horneri to spread throughout Monterey? Whatever the plan is, it should be publicly available and a dialogue should be established with stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Tom Pollock, you may need to unmute yourself.
Sir, can you unmute yourself? If you're not, we'll go to the next speaker and come back to you.
There it goes.
Hello?
Did it unmute?
There you go. You can go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tom Pollock. I'm a retired California Department of Fish and Wildlife Associate Wildlife Biologist. At the last commission meeting, I advised the commissioners of the June 2019 State Auditor Report entitled California Department of Fish and Wildlife. It is not fulfilling its responsibilities under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. In recent years, the department has reviewed less than half the CEQA documents received. In 2018, the department provided comments on just 8% of the draft CEQA documents it received. The most troubling revelation in the auditor report is that the department has not ensured that it spends the filing fee paid by project applicants exclusively on its CEQA work activities. State law, Fish and Game Code 711.4, restricts the use of the filing fee revenue to fund only activities related to department CEQA responsibilities. Currently, the department receives $3,271 for the review of a single draft EIR. CEQA project applicants must pay the fee or their project approval cannot be validated whether or not the department actually reviews the CEQA document. Our state legislature expects the members of the Fish and Game Commission to make complex policy and biological decisions on behalf of the people of California. In that regard, I'm requesting the Fish and Game Commission place the June 2019 State Auditor Report documenting the department's CEQA failures on the agenda for the next Fish and Game Commission meeting. Under this agenda item, the department would be expected to explain how it will correct the current statewide CEQA deficiencies so detrimental to the conservation of our ever-expanding list of endangered plants and animals. At tomorrow's meeting—
Sir, thank you very much. Your time is up.
Sir,
We appreciate it and we'll make note. Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'm having trouble in and out.
Phone caller with phone number ending in 981, you need to unmute yourself.
That'd be *9 to unmute yourself, just once.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is Jeff Schuster, representing the conservation group Oceana. We wanted to thank you on the commission for your continued engagement in federal fisheries to support clean methods like deep set buoy gear, establishing a transition program for drift gill nets, and opposing harmful pelagic longlines. Based on opposition from the commission, the department, members of Congress, sport fishing and conservation groups, the Pacific Fishery Management Council last November decided not to move forward with permitting pelagic longlines in a major victory for sustainable fisheries and wildlife. In December, a federal court struck down an exempted fishing permit for pelagic longlines due to impacts to endangered sea turtles. This exempted fishing permit, before it was actually struck down by the court, caught less than 10% swordfish and over 70% of blue sharks, showing this was a high bycatch method not selective for swordfish. And pelagic longlines have been shown to be harmful to leatherback sea turtles and many other sensitive species. Unfortunately, NIMS recently announced its intent to move forward with an environmental impact statement to move forward with a new exempted fishing permit for a pelagic longline, and they're scoping it through September 9th. We would ask the commission to voice its opposition to this ill-conceived effort to push pelagic longlines yet one more time, and ask them to cease their environmental impact statement and instead focus on authorizing and building upon deep set buoy gear, which is a successfully and proven profitable way to catch swordfish in a selective way without bycatch. Thank you very much for your time and attention to this.
Great, thank you. I just want to comment that in the past, the commission has made its position clear on this. I think we've written a letter to the Pacific Council, and I would just like to suggest, if the fellow commissioner is okay, that I'd be allowed to resend that letter with an updated note as soon as possible because of our timing. Is everybody comfortable with that?
I certainly support that, President Sklar.
Commissioner Silva?
Yes.
And Commissioner Burns?
Yes.
And Commissioner Hausler-Carmison?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, terrific. Thanks. I'll work with the staff on that. Appreciate the public comment. Next caller, please.
Keith Rootsart, you may need to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Keith Rootsart. I'm the urchin guy from Monterey, and I agree with Melanie Moreno's search for a comprehensive statewide kelp management plan. You know, kelp is the proxy for diversity of life in the ocean. It's the ocean health, it's human food production, it's economic health of a region, and it's moving at an unprecedented, relatively fast-moving crisis that we're encountering here, caused by marine heat, ocean acidification, sea level rise, beach erosion, oxygen depletion zones, and we're getting invasives and overpopulating echinoderms in these areas. And the challenge is that California has a long coastline, and we need large, expensive data sets to get a handle on this. And the bureaucracy that is in place, it really can't respond quickly by all the rules to quickly address an emerging crisis like this. And the reactions from the commission have been to change the urchin suppression rules, which is great. Kelp harvesting rule changes are being enacted now, and there's a red abalone fishery management program. But all these things are hinged upon kelp coming back, right? So what we need is really to develop tools and strategies with a statewide goal of sustaining the kelp forest that we have. You know, we need to study urchin mortality. We also need to study urchin births. Where are these all coming from? We need to develop a plan that's comprehensive with all the stakeholders and involve the tribes in that process, and apply kelp management at small spatial scales. I think that's what everybody would like. And to think big about this and to scale up the kelp restoration efforts that we're currently working on now. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Sherry, how many speakers left?
President Sklar, if I might.
Please.
Yeah, so we have had a few commenters talking about the notion of invasive sargassum and kelp recovery, and a few references to the department. And I wondered if, rather than waiting until the update in agenda item number 6, maybe there might be something that either Dr. Schumann or Director Bonham might like to say in response specifically to the invasive sargassum or kelp concerns.
Great. So let's do that. I know that Director Bonham wants to speak on the CEQA issue, and so why don't we let he and Dr. Schumann speak as soon as we're done with public comment on all those issues. Great. Thank you. Sherry, how many more speakers?
We have 5 more speakers.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Turtle Island Restoration Network.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm sorry. Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Awesome, thank you. So my name is Annalisa Toole. I'm with the Turtle Island Restoration Network. And I was also going to speak to NMFS's recent push to add EFPs for pelagic longlines off the California coast. So I'd just like to thank you for already committing to resend your letter and hopefully in opposition to this. California has and must remain a leader in this area, which means that you're strong and you're strong and quick or opposition to this for NMFS is really imperative and will help us fight this indiscriminate fishing gear. You know that the auspices of the permits are supposedly to assess their economic viability and the type and extent of interactions as bycatch. However, this is laughable if it wouldn't be so sad, because we already know that there's been years and years of monitoring and data showing how indiscriminate this bycatch is. The previous caller just mentioned that last year the EFPs showed that only 10% of the fish caught were the target species. Since 2007, the Hawaii pelagic longline fishery has shown that 46% of their catch was discarded. So it clearly is not a sustainable fishing method. And I just want to thank you again for committing to send your letter in. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Catherine Kilduff.
Yes, my name is Catherine Kilduff, and I'm a representative of the Center for Biological Diversity. I'm also speaking in opposition to testing longline fishing gear off California, and I'm following Oceana's comments and Turtle Island Restoration Network's comments, so I'll keep it brief. Thank you for resending your prior letter with an updated note. As the other callers mentioned, on August 10th, the National Marine Fisheries Service announced its intent to prepare an environmental impact statement for an exempted fishing permit to use the otherwise prohibited longlines in federal waters off California and Oregon. As you know, the California current large marine ecosystem has been called the Blue Serengeti for its diversity of charismatic megafauna. And one of those is leatherback sea turtles, which are very endangered. Both shallow set and deep set longlines pose a grave danger. Longlines deploy hooks from branch lines off a main line that can stretch up to 62 miles long. And when it's set at less than 330 feet deep, the longlines are quote unquote shallow set to target swordfish, but they inadvertently catch marlin, albatross, Guadalupe fur seals, and sea turtles. When they're set deeper, at 900 to 1300 feet, the longlines are deep set to target tuna. And while these deep set longlines catch fewer sea turtles on a per hook basis, because they're deeper, they're much, much more deadly because of the higher probability of drowning once the animals are caught. Large-scale industrial longlines have no place in California's plan to move towards selective sustainable fishing. And I thank you for your concern regarding this damaging fishery off California.
Great. Thank you very much. Sherry, next caller, please.
So you may need to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, sorry. Hi, my name is Erin Soul, and I'm one of the volunteers with White Point Patrol. And we're trying to, actually all of us, we're actually requesting, I'm sure you've heard from the earlier caller about the White Point area, Royal Palms, and the taking of the sea life there. So our volunteers are advocating for an emergency no-take zone until White Point Royal Palms can be properly evaluated for becoming a state marine conservation area or a marine protected area. In either case, during my patrols down there, we kind of go in groups and we'll be able to monitor and document to collect data of what's going on down there. And each day I've been down there this week alone, I've seen in an upwards of 35 to 50 people taking buckets, definitely over the limits of what they're allowed to be taking in the sea urchins. Some have taken starfish, lots of mussels, everything, just depleting our entire tide pool area. So we're kind of hoping that, we want to get some eyes on us and see if we can't get this to have a, be evaluated, but for something more stable as far as a state marine conservation area. But in the meantime, we're trying to advocate for an emergency no-take zone as we desperately need it right now. We're all trying our best to go down there and educate people with flyers, let them know the dangers of some of the sea life they are taking and consuming, and what it does. So hopefully you guys, thank you for your time and allowing me to speak, and maybe.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tom Baker, you may need to unmute yourself.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm Tom Baker. I live in Pacific Beach, California, and I'm a retired old buzzard. But I've been diving these waters off California for 58 years now. I've seen what's happened, even though most people haven't. In, I believe, 2015, scientists at Scripps Institution of Oceanography went on National Public Radio and warned that we might lose our kelp forests entirely if measures aren't taken to address the multiple threats they face. What we have now may, I fear, be just a mere microcosm of what may be. And as what's being done now with the experimental removal of urchins may itself be a microcosm of what will be required. The record, frankly, hasn't been great. This is not a remark aimed at this commission, but more generally, I'm thinking of, for example, Sargassum horneri, and more broadly afield, the zebra mussel problem. It's been cases of too little, too late. I urge this commission not to be too little, too late to this war. I would urge you to instruct your staff now to begin comprehensive, serious contingency planning in anticipation of successful results of these experimental cullings, so that we are ready to go with a broader and much larger scale program of prevention, mitigation, and restoration when and as necessary. And I leave you with just one question for you to ponder, which is, what meaning would the word conservation have for this commission or any other regulatory body if we have nothing but urchin barrens? In what sense would we be preserving or protecting anything? As a diver, I've seen these urchin barrens many times in many years, and I can tell you there's nothing there. So I urge you to be as proactive as possible. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Aurora Nunez, you may need to unmute yourself.
Hi there, this is actually Emily Parker with Heal the Bay. Sorry, my Zoom name is off.
No worries, go ahead, please.
Good morning, President Sklar and Commissioners. Again, Emily Parker with Heal the Bay and the Los Angeles MPA Collaborative. I'll keep my comment very brief as the issue I'm speaking on has already been brought forward a number of times this morning. For the past few months, CDFW, law enforcement, park rangers, local community members, collaborative members, and our MPA watch volunteers have observed an enormous amount of both legal and illegal take of tide pool invertebrates inside and outside the MPAs of the Palos Verdes Peninsula in Los Angeles. Iconic locations such as Avalone Cove, Sacred Cove, and White Point are among the areas most heavily affected, as you've already heard from some local volunteers this morning. We're still working on determining the cause of this increase in take. However, we do suspect that the COVID-19 pandemic and loss of both job and food security may be connected. And we do know that social media is playing a significant role in attracting community members to these tide pools. I'd like to thank CDFW staff, including the education and outreach team and the law enforcement department for their continued focus on this pressing issue. CDFW outreach and enforcement staff have been prioritizing these tide pools with an on-the-ground presence, and the focused effort is deeply appreciated. As a local stakeholder, I look forward to hearing from Dr. Schuman later today on this issue and to continue to work with you all on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more speakers, Sherry?
There are no more raised hands.
Okay, terrific. One last call if anybody would like to make a public comment on an item not on the agenda today.
We have one raised hand.
Okay, go ahead, please. Speaker. Please unmute
Charles?
yourself.
Good afternoon. Hello. My name
Yes, go ahead, please.
is Charles Paxton, and I'd like to thank you very much indeed for letting me participate in your program today. I'd like to speak on behalf of the leatherback turtles, Pacific leatherbacks. I'm just calling as a private citizen, really. I'm a supporter of a Guatemalan NGO called ARCAS that helps protect sea turtle beaches on their Pacific coast. And I know that the big leatherbacks come in there, and I know that they've got the local community there working to protect these nests. And so anything you
I hate to
can
interrupt
do to protect the Pacific leatherbacks.
Sir,
Sorry?
Item number 13. So I'd ask that you raise your hand when we get to item 13, if you would, please.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
so sorry. I'm out of order.
worries.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Gary, I think that concludes all of our public speakers. I'd like to now call on Director Bonham. I know he'd like to comment on the CEQA issue, maybe others, and then we'll go to Dr. Schuman to talk about a few of the issues as well. Good morning, Director Bonham.
President, commissioners, all those participating through the Zoom, thanks for making the time in an otherwise chaotic world. The one thing I would provide by way of update based on the public comment around the CEQA audit, true. About a year ago, the state auditor did an audit of our department. That's the job of the state auditor. This particular audit came through the Joint Legislative Audit Committee. It's called JLAC. I personally appeared in front of the audit committee to talk about the different issues. I worked with the member that requested the audit. We engaged in a very collaborative dynamic with the state auditor based on their activity and work product. While we disagree about the allegation of misuse of funds, we do agree our system wasn't adequately prepared to track the funds that are related to the CEQA review fees. And most importantly, I'm not sure the public commenter knows how the subsequent process works. An audit like that, which happens across government, includes auditor recommendations and responses from the audited entity. We have recently submitted our progress report, if you will, on all the recommendations of the audit report, and we have met the milestones of all those recommendations, and that's a public response document. With that, I would just say we're pro-diver, pro-kelp, and I'd like to flip it to Dr. Schuman to talk about ways in which we both need the diving community and what we're doing more broadly on kelp.
Thank you, Director Bonham. So a lot to unpack here, so I'll try to be brief, and I know we've got more discussions later today about it. But regarding the sargassum issue, thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for your vigilance, looking for these species that are potentially expanding their range as our climate is changing. We need all the eyes and ears on the water that we can get. We have started a discussion with the Ocean Protection Council and the Fish and Game Commission to evaluate our policies regarding invasive removals, both generally and also in MPAs. That's likely also going to expand to restoration, mitigation, a lot of these big items that we've been grappling with for many years. We certainly support and encourage divers to continue to look for areas. And if you see sargassum, please let us know immediately. And we will work with you to get a team out there and remove those organisms, especially on the Monterey Bay Peninsula. Regarding kelp, we've got a number of items today, but I do want to highlight some of the other efforts we're doing on a broader scale that we may want to discuss at the MRC in further detail. This is a high priority for the department. We have redirected a position to focus on this on our end and also brought on a 2-year Sea Grant fellow to focus on this. Some of the actions taken since the summer of 2019 in partnership with Ocean Protection Council and others. Ocean Protection Council provided $200,000 to Reef Check to continue an urchin density experiment on the Central Coast. They provided $200,000 to the Nature Conservancy and UCLA to conduct aerial surveys of a kelp canopy from Monterey to the Oregon border and compare those results to high-resolution planet satellite imagery. So the goal of this is to move out of our historical use of aerial surveys and move into the modern age, and can we use satellite imagery to evaluate kelp density, kelp abundance in near real time. OPC has provided approximately $500,000 to support the urchin experiment up in Noyo Bay and Casper Cove. The commission has helped with an emergency rulemaking in February and consideration of extension of that today. We're also working with the commission, the Monterey Bay Sanctuary, to look at the Tankers Reef project that you're hearing about later today. And then we've provided, in partnership with Sea Grant and OPC, over $2 million to answer a lot of the scientific questions. I won't go into the details of the 5 or 6 different projects that were funded to do that, but can certainly provide you with the specifics of that. And we anticipate those projects will be completed by fall of 2022. In terms of next steps, by the fall of 2020, we'll be working to convene an informal science task force to identify the intersection between state-supported kelp projects, review key policy and management documents, and provide technical assistance. By winter of 2020, we anticipate completing the first draft of the OPC Kelp Action Plan, which will include a summary of the best available data on kelp forest health statewide, current research and restoration efforts, knowledge gaps, key recommendations, and a restoration toolkit containing viable strategies for kelp restoration in California. By early 2021, we hope to release our enhanced status report for bull kelp and giant kelp. Throughout 2021 and 2023, we intend to conduct more formal engagement with tribes, fish and diving communities, broader academic community, and other stakeholders. By spring of 2021, we intend to have a draft strategy for the development of a statewide bull kelp and giant kelp management plan, which hopefully will be completed by the winter of 2023. So this is a high priority for us. We've got a lot of work to do and we need all the help we can get, and we thank the stakeholders for their support. Regarding tide pools, is it the commission's pleasure that I provide that update now, or should we wait until updates later in the day?
Let's wait till the later update if you don't mind, Craig. Thank you very much for all that. Commissioners, any questions or for Director Bonham or Dr. Schuman, or any comments on the public comments? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the Executive Director's report. Executive Director.
Thank you, President Sklar, commissioners. You have in your meeting materials for today a report, the staff summary and report on a variety of subjects. I'm not going to cover all of them, but I do want to highlight a few things. First, since your meeting in June, the budget has been passed, and the good news is that the department and commission's budgets are in better shape than we had anticipated could be. Sorry about that. So since the June meeting, the budget was passed, and the department and commission budgets are, as I said, in a little better shape than we had anticipated could have been the case, which is super helpful, especially given our staffing situation. And we've already lost one of our staff to contact tracing through the end of the year, and so we're very concerned about that. I did want to say also in regard to staffing, while we have a very small shop, 10 positions within the commission, and then of course we also have our state Sea Grant fellow who changes each year, but it's a small group with a really strong can-do attitude that against all odds will find a way to achieve the goals and objectives that have been set out. And that's an incredibly commendable attitude. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate just everyone on the team and what they're willing to put forth to help make our work advance. At the same time, it also means that we have a group, given the circumstances in which we are all living, pandemics, social unrest, wildfires, heat waves, the list goes on. It's also a group that's at high risk for fatigue and burnout. So we are keeping a close watch, regularly communicating, trying to ensure that our team has the flexibility and resources available to it to support each individual, not only in the office environment professionally, but also in their personal lives, because we're all undergoing or under a tremendous amount of stress across the board. Also want to highlight, we mentioned, of course, before that we had a COVID-19 prevention plan that we'd put in place, division of our team into 2 different groups to ensure that if someone becomes ill, the whole team doesn't go down. So just want to highlight that in your staff report. I'm going to skip to legislative matters in that report. I'll come back in a moment to the diversity inclusion. Under legislative matters, I want to highlight in your supplemental materials that you received, supplemental handouts, you have some additional letters of opposition for AB 3030 as well as SB 1175. At the moment, the legislature has moved into a floor session only. So between now and the 31st, it's full floor session. There are no committee meetings. The 25th of the month is actually the last day to amend bills on the floor. And so that's coming up very quickly here. A lot of movement here in the last few days of the legislative session. Final recess will begin on the 31st, and then the governor will have until the 30th of September to sign or veto bills. In your staff report, it's I believe it's Exhibit 1 to your staff summary. Just want to highlight a couple of changes here that are important for commissioners to be aware of. As a result of the SBB process that we went through, we have a list of tasks that was identified. We went through internally a revision process for how we track our time. This report here, you've been receiving now for almost 2 years, I believe. The numbers are going to change slightly as a result of that SBB revamp, but it also gives us the ability to better track this specifically where we are dedicating time to those tasks that were identified as priority. I want to note that on the general time allocation in that report this month, you'll notice that the commission meetings and admin are a little higher than usual, especially the June commission meeting. And that's a reflection of just the reality that we're living in right now. A lot more administrative time as a result of pandemic-related activities, reporting activities. Our 10% that's been dedicated to the contact tracing, and just the extra amount of work that it takes to put these meetings together, and the amount of time we have additional staff that are committed to making these meetings happen that did not used to have to participate when we met in person. And so those numbers, you'll note, are a little higher than usual. And I think that that's going to probably continue here for the near future. But I wanted to highlight this. We also have a trends section now that we've added to that staff report so that we can begin to describe those in more detail to you and get a better understanding of where things are changing with regard to your staff and where it's applying its time. Speaking of priorities, one of the things that we've talked about a number of times in recent meetings is, given the increase in responsibilities for the commission, our diminished staff capacities at the moment, which we foresee for some time to come, and just some of the increasing biological and administrative challenges that the organization faces. Developing some sort of a system for how we come to you with priorities, with here's the agenda for, say, the MRC or WRC meetings. How do we prioritize these long lists of topics that we would like the committees to address? They can't feasibly do in the amount of time that they have available. So staff is working on developing a concept that we'll bring back to you in October that we'd like to get commission feedback on for how we go about that process of prioritizing, because there's a lot of work that could be done that just is not going to happen right now.
Got it. Great. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Sherry to see if there are any people who'd like to comment publicly. And while we do that, I want to express my deep appreciation to the staff. I know how during normal times, our staff, we're understaffed and have an enormous amount of work. The commission keeps getting more and more responsibilities all the time, and the responsibilities get more and more complex all the time, and the staff is always overwhelmed. And this pandemic has made it 10 times worse. And so we just want to appreciate the incredible dedication to the state, to the people of the state, and to the wildlife of California that the staff has devoted during all times, but especially right now. So thank you for that. Unless you had another comment you wanted to make?
I did. I just wanted to highlight, because I know that this is a subject that I believe Vice President Murray and Commissioner Silva would like to potentially discuss, and that is the diversity and inclusion and our 150 year anniversary, otherwise known as the sesquicentennial. At the last meeting in June, you may recall both Vice President Murray and Commissioner Silva made statements on days 1 and 2 of the meeting related to diversity, inclusion, social justice, et cetera. And this is an area that, is not unique to the commission. This is across the state, across the nation, around the world. We're seeing greater focus in addressing some of the social justice issues that exist. And so within our organization, we want you to be aware that staff has made a commitment to developing a plan and bringing that back to you for how we as your staff and the commission as an organization can develop approaches for promoting and increasing diversity and inclusion in our work and in the stakeholders that we engage with on a regular basis. A lot of that work we will obviously do alongside Director Bonham and his leadership team, especially when it comes to organizational activities like how do we recruit, how do we review applications and interview and those sorts of things. And so we will be working closely with his team. I know that this is a high priority for him as well. And he has his Chief Deputy Director, our former Executive Director, Valerie Termini, leading that effort for he and his team. And he may want to speak more to that during his report. But also wanted to highlight for folks who may not have seen it yet, is that there is an upcoming issue of Outdoor California that you and Director Bonham have co-authored a column in that magazine, and it acknowledges the 150-year anniversary of the organizations, but just as importantly, it makes the connection to what's happening today and what does that mean for our future and what do our organizations look like in the future. And so I just again, I understand that Vice President Murray and Commissioner Silva may want to add a few points here and give them that opportunity if they'd like to.
I'm going to actually put them, I'm going to put them on the spot a little bit actually and ask if they would consider being the point commissioners on this work that you're doing with our staff in the department to work on this whole effort, since they both spoke so eloquently on it last time and are obviously very passionate about it, as we all are. But I would invite Vice President Murray, would you like to make any comments? And would you be willing to, with Commissioner Silva, be kind of point commissioners on the discussions and staff with this?
Yeah, thank you, President Sklar. I'm happy to play that role. Director Bonham and Val and I and Commissioner Silva already have had a couple of follow-up conversations on this topic. And Melissa, I just want to express my gratitude for the work that you've done to sort of implement in actions some of these topics in your weekly learning sessions that you're having. I'm really grateful to hear that that's happening. I look forward to seeing this draft plan that you've mentioned coming from staff, Melissa. And I'll also just say here, I don't know what other commissioners will think about this, but I want to flag that I have a personal interest in potentially coming up with a policy, a commission policy on equity, diversity, and inclusion and/or environmental justice and social equity. It is something that some of our sister agencies have created, and I truly don't want to add to the mountain of work that our staff is currently and always into perpetuity sort of digging out of. But I would be happy to play a prominent role in supporting staff and working with staff in coming up with something like that, if that is the pleasure of my fellow commissioners.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you, Vice President Murray. Commissioner Silva, any comments, and are you willing to co-chair this effort with Vice President Murray?
Yes, thank you, President Sklar. Yes, I'd be pleased to. And just to say a couple of things. One is I was very pleased to see the work that the department is undertaking, and Vice President and I were on a phone call, and they sort of outlined what they want to do and accomplish, and we'd be happy to continue working with them on that, and also want to work with Melissa and our staff to see what we can do at the commission to advance all of this. So, I'm very pleased with the proposals. I just want to see what kind of meat we can put on the bones, so to speak, as we move forward. So yes, President, I'm very happy to volunteer for this.
Terrific. Thank you both very much for that, and thank you, Melissa, for your leadership on it. I'd like to turn to Sherry now and see if we have any public commenters on the Executive Director's report, item number 3. There
are no hands raised.
Okay, terrific. Well, thank you, Executive Director Miller Henson, for that update and for great discussion. We're on to the consent calendar, items 4 and 5. I know that there's somebody who'd like to comment on item number 4. Before we do that, Susan, do you want to make any quick comments on the consent calendar? Susan, you must be muted. I don't hear you.
Yes.
Yes. Hear you. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Yes, this is the recreational purple sea urchin is a request for a 90-day extension to the emergency rulemaking that the commission previously approved for unlimited take of recreational purple sea urchin at Casper Cove, Mendocino County. This would continue allow for continuation of the provision that allows for research to be conducted in tandem with that proposal.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Sherry, I'm going to ask anybody who'd like to speak on these items. I know we have one speaker on item number 4, but if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand on Zoom or press *9, which will raise your hand if you're on the phone. And as we do, Sherry, can you tell me how many speakers we're having requested now?
There are no hands raised yet.
Okay, let's give another minute or two. Again, this is for items number 4 and 5. Remind me who it was who wanted to speak on item number 4, Commissioner Hauser-Carmison.
President Sklar, that was Javier Silva. And if he is not on the line, I'm happy to share just a few of his comments briefly. I think what he had mentioned yesterday in the tribal committee meeting was that there was a lack of tribal involvement on the purple urchin removal. And he really wanted to see, he wanted the tribes to be included, a tribal perspective, a historical perspective, and actually maybe even get some tribal members out there if they can get certified to dive. Dr. Schumann said he really appreciated it and that he wanted to work with them, welcome the tribe's input, and was going to work with him to possibly help get the tribal members trained for scuba. So I think it was a good discussion, but one of the big issues was it's being hard on the other natural resources. That was what Javier was concerned about. And I really felt like Dr. Schumann shared some of those concerns and is well aware of that. But I think just getting that tribal perspective, traditional knowledge, that kind of woven into the process.
Terrific, Commissioner Husser-Carmison. That's great. And by the way, I love your background.
Oh, thank you. This is out my window.
That is awesome. That's terrific. Good. Sherry, do we have any speakers now with hands raised?
There are still no hands raised.
Okay, with that then, we have a consent calendar that we can ask for motion for approval on. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the items on the consent calendar.
Great, thank you. Second, anybody?
I will second.
Okay, so I heard a motion made by Commissioner Silva, seconded by Commissioner Husser-Carmison. Roll call, please, Sherry.
Commissioner Silva?
Aye.
Commissioner Husser-Carmison?
Aye.
Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Vice President Murray?
Aye.
President Sklar?
Aye. The consent calendar motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next is item number 6, which is departmental information items on marine topics. And we will begin with Director Bonham. Please, Director's report.
Great. Thank you, President. And I may be a little less marine-ish than Dr. Schumann, who will come after me.
Fair enough.
I wanted to do 2 things, and each of them are really about a theme of illustrating the context in which we're all living right now, a remarkable confluence of extraordinary events, and the pressure and dynamic that puts on each of us, whether in my shoes, your shoes, the shoes of any one of our citizen stakeholders. So on one hand, here are a couple of vignettes about within that seemingly chaotic world, how your staff and our staff continue to make a difference for wildlife and species conservation in California. And I think these vignettes speak to resiliency and they speak to adaptation. And they're an expression of resiliency and adaptation by our staff. Down in what we call Region 5, which think like Gaviota Coast, Santa Barbara South, and then kind of out to Riverside maybe. So our staff in Region 5, and as you know, we also have a wildlife investigations lab in an undisclosed location in the Sacramento area, which does cutting edge technology kind of investigatory work. On a very spontaneous basis, entered into an extremely collaborative partnership with the biologist at the National Park Service, the Santa Monica area, and the Los Angeles Zoo, because the collection of these experts around mountain lions realized we had some orphaned mountain lion cubs in the park. And as y'all know, we have a lot of eyes on how we handle all things mountain lion in Southern California. So this collection of our staff, our lab, National Park Service, the zoo, created a pretty amazing real-time endeavor where they attempted to surrogate parent the orphan mountain lion cubs in the Santa Monica Mountains. So we got the cubs, we got their vitals and everything checked out. We got, tracking figured out, and then we collectively identified a potential new female parent, not their birth mother, and we tried to place the orphan cubs with that new parent mother. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The new female parent didn't accept the orphan kittens, and we recollected the kittens, and then they were transported to the Los Angeles Zoo for care, and then eventually rehoming to a long-term sanctuary. But the takeaway here is the nimbleness of a collection of very smart, expert-driven biologists on mountain lion across jurisdictions coming together, doing something which is, by our count, one of the few attempts on the continent with a couple of wild species to kind of reparent them and learn from it. And we gained an incredible amount of mountain lion behavior information. So we're disappointed it wasn't a success, but we think it was totally the right thing to try before we ended up with the option of, into a sanctuary. It gave the kittens a chance to exist outside of captivity, and we learned from it. So that's a vignette. Go to another end of the state, and if you could imagine driving up I-5, not out of San Diego, but coming into Red Bluff and Redding, California, and you're looking north, on the left-hand side of the Central Valley there is a creek that comes in, and it's called Battle Creek. And it's a tributary to the Sacramento River. And for a decade or more, the department, with our federal colleagues, with local partners, with actually Pacific Gas and Electric Company, had been engaged in a very large, tens of millions of dollar effort to restore 42 miles of habitat in this creek. Why is that important? It's a watershed that goes up off the valley floor. It's a watershed which would be refugia for salmon and steelhead in a rapidly warming Central Valley. It is an escape place for salmon up off the hot valley floor in the Sacramento. And if we can fix this watershed, we can bring salmon back. So I'm really pleased to report, after millions of dollars of effort, years of negotiation, we've installed fish screens, fish ladders, we've removed some of PG&E's dams. Earlier this year, winter run Chinook salmon successfully returned to the river to spawn in the North Fork. That's about a 25-year endeavor to see that result. And on July 30th of this year, the first juvenile winter run Chinook salmon were captured in a rotary screw trap, with several more being captured in the last 2 weeks, which is, to me, proof positive that if we keep at it, resiliency, fortitude, we can make a change, we can make a difference. So those are some vignettes. The next thing I'd like to do is step back from all that and just speak kind of at a human, personal level. Like I'm so far from perfect. I've got my own flaws. I've got my own trials and tribulations I work through in my own life. One of the things that's going on for us with the department, and we have these discussions where your commission staff are involved too, is emphasis on a recognition that we're 6, 7, 8 months into a global pandemic. This may continue through the end of the year. Schools are starting or not. We are experiencing additional natural resource challenges in the state right now. Who knows? While I'm confident of California's ability to beat this pandemic, we don't yet know where we'll be in March of next year, which would be one full year after we have put so many endeavors in place to beat the pandemic at the department level. So we've taken to talking with all of our 3,000 employees about these kinds of things. And I don't want it to come off as preachy, but I want to share with you. We've been talking about values and what it means to be a person in a family. We've been talking about self-awareness. We've been talking about trust. We've been talking a lot about empathy. And we've been really trying to explore collectively in large kind of virtual discussions at the staff level what empathy means, what it really looks like to truly try and understand someone else, to appreciate their thinking, appreciate their feelings. You don't have to agree with each other. You have to be open to trying to understand the other's experience. We've been talking as a staff community about how that can help create our bonds between us, how it can give us insight to who we are as a community of staff, how it allows us to improve our sense of presence because empathy requires active listening of another, and how it increases our ability to communicate. And I've shared with staff, a quote I ran across from Maya Angelou, which is, she said, "I think we all have empathy. We may not have enough courage to display it." And I've become really convinced that to make it through the situation we're all in, all of us, all y'all, empathy is one of the essential ingredients, both at a personal and a professional level. So that's stuff that's happening within the culture of the department. It's a lot less about whether we should crush purple urchin or not, as much as how we nurture the human soul that's the engine of the staff of the department and commission, and we get through this stuff together. And I would bet every stakeholder we're going to hear from today and tomorrow, all the people we interface with regularly, as much as we may argue about something like Joshua Tree, at the end of the day, we also all need to step back and realize we're people. And this idea of empathy is something we all need, given the circumstances we're all facing right now. So I hope that didn't come off as too preachy, but that's a lot of the conversation happening within your staff ranks at the department.
No, it's not preachy at all, and it's important to remember that, again, this is an organization and a state of human beings who are all struggling together and alone, and the more we can understand each other and what each other is going through, the better. For example, I understand that your challenges involve having a school-age child that you're homeschooling right now and helping learn virtually. Different challenges for people with older kids, people without kids, people who are alone, older and younger. And so, yeah, it is incumbent upon all of us to think that way and feel that way. I got to say, without getting too political, I thought Michelle Obama's speech the other night at the convention really emphasized that, that idea, and as brilliantly as anybody I've heard talk about it. So I encourage people to listen to it. Forget the presidential side of it if you want to, but the only way we get through these kind of major global traumas is when we understand what each other are going through and work to solve both the micro and the macro challenges we're facing. So thank you for very, very much for that. And this is the right place and time to talk about these kinds of things. Thank you very much, Director. I'd like to turn now to Dr. Schuman for the Marine Region Report, please.
Thank you, President Sklar. And if I could have the slide, please. So there should be a slide regarding the Marine Species Portal. We're really excited about this. This has been constructed. It is now active with contents of 30 enhanced status reports. Demonstration of the portal was provided to stakeholders via a webinar, and a recording is available on our YouTube page. A post on the Marine Region blog provides information on the launch of the portal and also a link to the YouTube recording. This is a really cool tool. I encourage you all to go in and play with it. You don't need to watch the YouTube video to learn how to use it. It was designed to be extremely intuitive. This is the first step in what we hope will be many subsequent additions to make data more transparent to our stakeholders. And we had a really good discussion yesterday at the Tribal Committee about the potential inclusion of traditional knowledge into this. So we're excited to explore that further. And I just want to thank Ocean Protection Council and Resource Legacy Fund for funding a large part of this effort, our team in Data Technology Division for helping to build it, and finally the stakeholders who provided a lot of great input throughout the process. This is something that we designed with stakeholders from the ground up to meet their needs, as opposed to us giving them something that we thought would meet their needs. So moving on from the portal onto the CARES Act. So I think, as we talked about before, Congress appropriated $18.5 million for California fisheries. We have an approved spend plan, and claim forms have been distributed to approximately 11,500 potentially eligible anglers involved in our seafood sectors. Those claim forms must be completed and postmarked by September 8th to be eligible. A few requests, and hopefully those that are watching can help get the word out. Most importantly, please, please, please read all of the directions prior to contacting us with questions, or more importantly, submitting incomplete forms. Incomplete applications will not be accepted by the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and they will be returned to the applicant. Those forms still must be postmarked by September 8th. All applicants must provide income information to be eligible and demonstrate the 35% loss. This is not a permit refund, so you must have that 35% loss and be able to document that in the case of an audit. This is a federal requirement, so we cannot make any exceptions to that. Unfortunately, we are gaining a lot of experience with fisheries disasters over the last few years, and I can't emphasize enough the importance for our commercial sectors to maintain good financial records, clear ownership documents, and current contact information in our automated license data system. The vast majority of claims go relatively smoothly, but the small minority of those tend to be particularly problematic and take up just a huge amount of everyone's time. Ownership is particularly problematic. And if there is an angler or a commercial fisherman that has a 1% owner on their permit that's living off the grid somewhere in a cabin in Alaska that you can't reach, it makes it very difficult for us to issue those relief payments, simply because we don't have the documentation from all of the owners that we have on record. So last but not least, moving on to tide pools. So we heard a bit about that today, and I can provide a brief update. I know Law Enforcement Division has a bit more to add. So in late June, early July, we began receiving reports of increased illegal, excessive intertidal collection, excessive tide pool use. As was brought up by one of the speakers. We don't know if this is COVID related or not. We had some good low tides, we had good weather, low surf. The initial reports came out of the Palos Verdes area that then expanded to many parts of the state, including Point Doom in Malibu, Asilomar in Monterey, and most recently at Duxbury Reef. We've worked very closely with our law enforcement division and have mobilized our staff to ramp up outreach efforts, doing this in a COVID-safe manner with a focus on education as a first step, and then enforcement when necessary. Part of our evaluations are to evaluate the extent of what is actually taking place. The majority of the time, the individuals that we contact are very receptive to the outreach and change their behavior immediately when made aware of the rules and regulations regarding their behavior. We are engaging in discussions with local agencies, academia, and NGOs to coordinate efforts and messaging. And we can't do this alone. This is, as we've heard earlier today, a statewide issue. So we need help from local NGOs, including angler groups, and are happy to provide outreach materials and messaging. Just want to give a shout out to our outreach team. So this is something that we've spun up in Marine Region in the last, say, 6 months to a year, a dedicated outreach shop. And it was really helpful for me when these reports came in that I could kick it to John Ugeritz and Travis Buck, who are leading our outreach folks. And they took it head on. They developed materials, worked with partners. So it's really been a great model for us to follow. I want to encourage the speakers that spoke earlier to please follow up with us. We want to work with you to leverage the resources we have to make sure that these efforts are consistent and coordinated and are as protective of the environment as we can be.
Terrific. Dr. Schuman, thank you very much. Now we're going to turn to law enforcement and Assistant Chief Nathaniel Arnold. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay, President?
Yeah, great to see you.
Hi, great to see you. Good morning. Just wanted to give a report from the Law Enforcement Division. Wildlife officers in the marine environment have been extremely busy these last several months, protecting the resources of this state and providing public safety to our constituents. This is on top of our wildlife officers' ongoing efforts related to COVID-19 response, as well as just recently and just minutes ago, more mutual aid requests for wildfire response efforts that we will be engaged in. The wildlife officers on the marine and the terrestrial front, of course, has been extremely busy with lots of priority items that are occurring. And we're going to continue to focus on those priority items like tide pool enforcement and some of those things that I'll talk a little bit later in this report, and just some of the other activities that we've been involved in. A few highlight patrols of the great efforts our officers have been involved in. Wildlife officers from the patrol boat Thresher took advantage of the Southern California weather and conducted several offshore patrols of the islands. Over the course of about 9 days, the crew boarded 174 vessels, resulting in 542 contacts and 39 citations. 19 citations were for fishing in either the Blue Cavern State Marine Conservation Area or Long Point State Marine Reserve at Catalina Island. These citations included everything from possession of illegal fillets, license violations, take a rockfish in enclosed area, and for the take and possession of undersized fish. The patrol areas included Catalina Island, San Clemente Island, and the 14-mile bank. Wildlife officers also working from the patrol boat Marlin out of Berkeley Marina patrolled offshore, checking commercial salmon, halibut, and Dungeness crab vessels. They removed close to 60 Dungeness crab traps left in the water after the commercial season closed. They also removed several sport traps left in the area that were in violation. Patrols included the National Marine Sanctuaries and Marine Protected Areas off of San Francisco and Marin County's coastline. The crew also worked with the Whale Safe Fisheries Project, locating 2 derelict traps. Since June, the department has received many calls related to intertidal or tide pool violations from the San Diego to Santa Cruz County. Vast majority of these calls have been in the Los Angeles area. We have issued 105 citations while on these intertidal patrols. The majority of these violations were for overlimit of invertebrates, take without a valid fishing license, undersized fish, and unlawful take in a marine protected area. Urchins, mussels, turban snails, hermit crabs, limpets, and barnacles were the vast majority of species that we saw that were taken over the limit. One of the worst resource cases that we saw during this time period, we investigated and arrested a poacher, was for taking 1,251 turban snails and 157 hermit crabs over the limit. We will continue our efforts in this arena, as we always do, with the other efforts that we are involved in with COVID response and wildfire response to help, ensure we protect the resources of this great state and our public. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Nathaniel. Really appreciate it. I'm going to turn to Commissioner Hostler-Karmas in a second who'd like to make a few comments. But before we do that, I'd like to ask anybody who'd like to speak on this item number 6, the Department Informational Reports, to raise their hand on Zoom by raising your hand with his hand icon, and if you're on a phone by pressing *9. Please do that now. We'll come back to you in just a minute. I'd like to turn to Commissioner Hostler-Karmas. Please go ahead.
Thank you, President Sklar. I just wanted to really thank Director Bonham and the department, and also circle back to Melissa and Samantha and Pete, Commissioners Samantha and Commissioner Pete, on the racial equity and diversity. I think what Director Bonham is working on is something that if we all work on it, we are going to make a difference. And I just really appreciate, I'm really proud of the fact that the department and the commission are working together on these things. So thank you very much. I believe in it. As you know, tribal communities, we experience inequity and injustice as well. So runs near and dear to my heart. Thank you. Could you hear me?
Yeah, I could. I'm sorry. I was unable to unmute for a second, okay. But thank you very much. That was terrific. Appreciate it. There's occasionally little delays in data glitches, so I apologize for the delay. With that, Sherry, do we have any public commenters on item number 6?
We have one hand raised.
Okay, 2 minutes, please. Speaker, if you unmute yourself, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. I would like to thank the officer who talked about the increased enforcement in the intradictal areas. My name is Drew. I'm the community organizer of the White Plains Patrol, and I'd like to know what the Commission is doing in order to address the issues of the increased taking at the tide pools, and if there are any plans in order to help not only educate the community about the dangers of taking during elevated red tide seasons, but as well as helping to rehabilitate the area. So if you can address any actions or any proposals that the Commission will be taking going forward in order to help protect and preserve the area.
Yeah, would anybody from the department, maybe Dr. Schumann, like to comment on that?
Sure. So as I highlighted in my update, we have ramped up outreach efforts and are working with as many partners as we can in all of the various areas to increase education. And then when needed, as we heard from Law Enforcement Division, then providing enforcement when necessary. I don't know if at this point there's a specific role for the Commission. We are looking at our intertidal take requirements. So that is something that's been on our to-do list for many years to revisit. There's some general bag limits that apply to intertidal areas. If we continue to see excessive use, those bag limits may not be as protective as they once were. The good news is that as we move later into the season, those low tides are going to change and we won't have those same opportunities during daylight hours. But it's certainly something we're looking at both in terms of an educational perspective, law enforcement perspective, coordination, and then potentially looking at regulatory changes down the road.
Terrific. Thank you, Dr. Schumann. So with that concludes item number 6, departmental informational items, and we move on to item 7, which is the annual tribal meeting report. I turn to Executive Director for discussion of this and leading off, and I'm sure Commissioners Hostler, Carmison, and Burns will comment as well.
Yes, thank you again, President Sklar. The annual tribal planning meeting is something that's identified in the Commission's tribal consultation policy, which was adopted a few years ago. This year marked the 3rd year for the annual meeting. First couple of years, formal presentations, invitations, and agenda, a little more than half-day meeting. Given the current circumstances in which we're all living, it was decided by the Commission that this meeting this year, not only were we not going to hold it earlier in the year when the pandemic first hit, but we held off until July, and it was a more informal conversation. We referred to it as a roundtable discussion. The Commissioners Hostler, Carmison, and Burns both attended and participated and co-chaired that meeting with a number of tribes. We had a really good dialogue, starting off with just acknowledging the challenges that we've all been facing in adjusting and advancing various priorities in the midst of all of this, but also acknowledging that the tribes in particular have been especially impacted by the current situation. We started off the conversation talking about how the pandemic is affecting the tribes and their ability to meet their natural resource goals, and how the Commission might be able to assist in advancing those priorities. Some of the topics that were discussed included food security, Indigenous rights to traditional gathering, species used for ceremonial purposes and access to those, preserving sacred sites, keeping waters clean and safe, and then just simple access to some of these traditional areas right now during the pandemic, where we have a lot of public lands closed as a result of the pandemic. We also had conversations about co-management and the challenges of coordinating co-management activities during the pandemic, especially when there's a lot of organizations involved, and needing to be somewhat flexible in how to apply the definition of co-management on a tribal and case-by-case basis. It's not going to be the same for every tribe. And then there was also some discussion focused on using and prioritizing traditional ecological knowledge in the work of the commission and the department, and specifically in co-management activities. One of the tools that was identified during the conversation is memorandums of understanding and how those can be used to advance those co-management activities. And then we had a number of different individuals share additional information about some ongoing activities related to the Marine Protected Area Statewide Leadership Team, to marine, I'm trying to remember the word that they used, a group of volunteers to help with enforcement along the coastline, a new program that they're putting together there, etc. And then again, Commissioners Hostler, Carmison, and Burns provided some closing thoughts to the group.
Terrific. Thank you. So now I'd like to turn to the co-chairs of the committee. First, Commissioner Hostler Carmison, if you'd like to make any thoughts, comments.
Thank you, President Sklar, and thank you, Melissa. I think it was, you know, it was a new way to have an annual meeting, and it was very genuine. It was extremely heartfelt, and there was a lot of listening, and I think it was well attended, and that was also positive. I think identifying the food sources really hit home, because people don't understand sometimes that the tribes really do sustain themselves on traditional foods. They live and they breathe those traditional foods. And so not having access to them is really a huge issue. For instance, one of the chairmen from the coast in the Fort Bragg area said, we need to find a way to work with the department on red abalone. And, you know, we can bring that up a little bit later. I think, you know, there's some things the department is working on. But the elk, working with the Karuk tribe on elk management, all of those things that we've been able to do over the last 6 years are really shining through now, and seeing those things come home and knowing, you know, we have a long ways to go, but there's definitely progress. There's definitely collaboration. There's definitely folks entering into co-management agreements with the department. So I was really pleased with this annual tribal planning meeting. It was a lot less formal and just a lot more conversational. And then also the traditional knowledge, as Melissa mentioned, there's lots of opportunities, and we have to find that pathway forward on what that looks like, and having tribes being willing to share that knowledge. And then pulling in the outside agencies, I think that's extremely helpful and positive, and I'm just very hopeful. I think we're doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to see what happens next. Thank you.
Officer Carmison, thank you. And Commissioner Burns, any thoughts or comments you want to share with us? Commissioner Burns? I think you're muted, Russ. Commissioner Burns? Okay, well, maybe I was troubling with his meeting or whatever. So we're going to go on to the next item. I'm sorry. Let's see if there's any public comment on this. If you'd like to raise your hand, and do know that we're going to have the tribal committee next, so it may be that your comments are more related to that. Let us know. But if you want to raise your hand, please do so on the Zoom function, or press *9 to ask to get in line if you're calling in. And Sherry, please, do we have any callers?
We have one.
Okay, go ahead and unmute them.
Javier Silva, you've been unmuted.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, yes. Hi, commissioners. This is Javier Silva. And thank you, Commissioner Hostler, for bringing up my comments regarding the emergency purple urchin regulations and the recreational urchin removal. I had submitted some comments regarding that on, I think it's item number 16, but I did just, it's in regard to the overall issue. And I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on what Jackie had brought up. And I thank her for summarizing my comments yesterday. But I think most of my intent is, yes, there has been a lack of tribal direction and input in any of the actions and proposed actions to take place. And I thank the communities, the public's eagerness to remedy the issues. However, I just think that, a knee-jerk reaction to to eradicate a native species is eerily too familiar to a native species. And so I just wanted to make sure that, tribal voices will be heard up and down the coast of California. And in particular in my area, I'm mostly concerned with Mendocino and Sonoma, but I also share my participation with others along in the state. So I also wanted to correct Melissa or elaborate or re-say what Melissa was alluding to, the Tribal Marine Steward Program under the MPA monitoring program, which I'm participating in, we'll be doing more of, but that's to increase tribal visibility on the coast, tribal engagement on the coast. So I just wanted to make sure that was stated correctly, that it's the Tribal Marine Steward Program, working with OPC on the MPA monitoring. So thank you. Sorry.
Terrific. Yeah, thank you for getting the name for us. But also want to say, without question, and I hope that the tribal members who are engaged with the Fish and Game Commission and others who will become engaged more with us, I hope you feel that tribes are being heard like never before, and that tribal participation is reaching a level, and the co-management and cooperation between sovereigns is reaching a level never before seen in California, and certainly before the Fish and Game Commission. So I hope you feel that way. And it's an effort of constant improvement and constant development. But I'm super proud of the progress we've made in the last 6 years on the commission towards this end. First, kind of under the direction of Governor Brown and now Governor Newsom. And so, yeah, do let us know what's working and what isn't, and let's continue to develop these really strong bonds and efforts of cooperation for all that we have in common. So thank you so much on that. With that, we're moving on to the Tribal Committee report and back to Executive Director.
Thank you, President Sklar, and also thank you, Javier, for the reminder about the name of that great new program. The Tribal Committee met yesterday. As commissioners and members of the public may recall, this year we tried a little experiment with the scheduling of the Tribal Committee. The Tribal Committee met yesterday in conjunction with this meeting. The last meeting of the Tribal Committee, though, was not since January, and it met in January down in Los Alamitos, and then it's scheduled to meet again in November. And what we had tried to do was to see if there was some benefit to, rather than just having Tribal Committee meetings held in conjunction with commission meetings, but to also have one in conjunction with a WRC meeting and then one in conjunction with an MRC meeting. What we found was that this delay, which again would be true if we scheduled the same way next year, in order to have these meetings adjacent to each of those committee meetings and a commission meeting, we end up with a significant delay of time in between at least two committee meetings. And so the proposal that you will see under an agenda item tomorrow is for next year's schedule to have Tribal Committee meetings be in conjunction with commission meetings, again, all three. And the Tribal Committee was in support of that. So just wanted to highlight that up front. So yesterday the Tribal Committee met and discussed a number of things, including the annual tribal planning meeting outcomes, implementation of the co-management definition and potential amendments, kelp and algae commercial harvest management regulations, and then a number of agency updates. Specifically had a great conversation with representative from the West Coast Ocean Alliance Tribal Caucus, department provided a presentation on pinnipeds and California fisheries. We also had presentations from the department on the red abalone fishery management plan, the current fishery closure sunset date, as well as DFW's new marine species portal, which you heard about today. And then finally, from commission staff, we had an update on the Coastal Fishing Communities project, which is up and running again with the help of our Sea Grant Fellow, Rose Dodgen. We had really good attendance yesterday at the meeting, great conversations. We had tribal representatives from across California. Sometimes we have more representation from the north, and yesterday we had really good representation across the state. That was great to see. There was one recommendation that came out of the presentations and conversations, and that was to add to the tribal committee agenda for November a new agenda item with an update on the sea urchin removal project at Casper Cove, and if it's approved today by the commission, the sea urchin removal project at Tankers Reef. And so that's the one recommendation that came out of the committee beyond the meeting, holding the meetings in conjunction with commission meetings again. And then our tribal co-chairs may have more to add.
Terrific. So I would like to turn back to the co-chairs, Commissioner Hostler-Carmerson.
Thank you. I agree. Melissa,
Jackie, we can't hear you right now.
I can hear her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We can't. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Melissa summed it up really well. We had a great turnout yesterday. We began at 1 and we didn't end until 4:15. So it was a very robust meeting and a good discussion. And I think what really stood out to me was the department came back with lots of information that was helpful. I'm getting a lot of feedback.
We're not hearing. Yeah, we're not hearing it. It's okay.
Okay. The department, Kevin Schaefer brought back a presentation on pinniped, and there's more discussion that we need to have on that. But overall, it's just very informative. The department's doing a great job on advising the tribal committee, and the tribal representatives are participating and speaking out and bringing their issues forward, which really helps inform the conversation and what we share with the commission overall. So I'm very happy with that. And Melissa gave us a little tiny bit of really great news that possibly funds may have been identified for a tribal advisor. And so we're jumping up and down on that one. We're not sure when that will happen, but as soon as a position is identified, I'm understanding we may have a tribal advisor before the end of the year. So good news all around on that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now I'd like to invite Commissioner Silva, make any comments if you'd like.
Yes, thank you, President Sklar. I just wanted to also say that I was very pleased with the participation at this meeting. It seems like we're getting better in terms of getting input from the tribes and also having a very good dialogue with staff about issues. I was very impressed with the comment from the tribes on their hope to get better engaged in marine issues, you know, things like the red abalone, kelp, and urchins. So for me, it's very important because, you know, being also on the Marine Resources Committee, I think it's important we keep that dialogue going between the Tribal Committee and the Marine Resources Committee and make sure that we hear clearly from the tribes how they want to participate and what their issues are. So I thought that was very positive. And also also agreeing with my fellow co-chair that, you know, I was very pleased to hear about the tribal liaison position, hopefully coming on board soon. So I was very pleased about that too. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great, thank you. Now I'd like to invite any members of the public to comment on this item. Sherry will help us with that. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand on Zoom. And if you're on the phone, please press *9 and that will put you in queue. Let's give you a couple seconds to do that. As Sherry, let me know when you see how many speakers there are.
So far, we have one.
Okay, we'll let the first speaker go ahead, please.
Javier Silva.
Hey, Mr. Silva, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you again for letting me speak. I just wanted to also say that yesterday we spoke about the tribal engagement a bit, you know, about how the Fish and Game Commission is engaging, and I think the West Coast Ocean Alliance had brought a guidance for tribes that they recently drafted. I have yet to see it, but or read through it, but I think there was a comment yesterday made regarding, you know, in order to increase participation, in order to assist the tribal participation, because of the capacity of most tribes, you know, in order to get people everywhere where they need to be, you know, there was a suggestion that, you know, the Fish and Game Commission work with other entities that might be working with tribes and arranging meetings around and just being cognizant of other meetings that might be happening that's pulling tribes away from that, splitting their time. So I just wanted to remind them of that comment that was made yesterday. That was it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Just Sherry, any other speakers?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, terrific. Are there any, is there action on this one? I don't have it in front of me. Is there
Yes,
okay, so there's one recommendation. Does any commissioners want to comment or make the motion on that recommendation?
Yes, I would move that the commission approve the recommendation made by the tribal committee. Do I need to read that, Melissa?
I don't think you do.
Okay. It was to add the November TC meeting agenda update on the urchin removal projects at Casper Cove, and if approved during today's meeting, Tankers Reef. So that I would move that the recommendation made by the tribal committee be approved.
Okay, good. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Hostler-Carmerson, seconded by Vice President Murray. Roll call, please, Sherry.
Commissioner Hostler-Carmerson.
Aye.
Vice President Murray.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Commissioner Burns, we're not hearing you. Sherry, go on. We'll enter his vote later if necessary.
Commissioner Silva.
Aye.
President Sklar.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We'll correct the record once we can get in touch with Commissioner Burns. If somebody can check to see why we're not able to hear him, that'd be helpful. And now we're turning on to item number 9. And let me just give you everybody an update. We'll do this item number 9, then we're going to break for lunch for about 45 minutes, including executive session. And when we come back in the afternoon, we're going to start with item 14, go on to item 16, and then return to item 10 and go on through the order at that point, just so that everybody kind of can plan their afternoon. We'll probably come back around 12:45, 1 o'clock, depending on when we finish up with the Marine report. So with that, I turn to our Marine advisor, Susan, to discuss the Marine report and the Marine Resources Committee. Please go ahead, Susan.
Thank you, President Sklar and commissioners. For today's item, I will provide a summary of the meeting that was held by the MRC on July 29th, and we'll present the recommendations for your consideration, as well as review the current committee work plan. As I stated, the MRC met on July 29th, and a meeting summary is provided as Exhibit A1 in your meeting materials. The committee covered 4 discussion topics and 4 agency updates. Each of the 4 discussion topics led to an MRC recommendation, so I will note those in a moment. Briefly, the 4 agency updates included a California Ocean Protection Council overview of funding related to topics of MRC interest, including an update on innovative gear studies, such as pop-up trap gear that's of interest to the committee. Also, the department provided an overview of a potential rulemaking authorizing operation, maintenance, and repair of existing artificial structures within marine protected areas, notably state marine reserves. This is a topic that was referred to the MRC by the Commission in June and is scheduled for a more detailed discussion in November. Also, the department provided an update on the recreational Dungeness crab rulemaking that's scheduled for notice at this meeting. And I'll note that you will also receive the same update when you undertake this item as agenda item 11 today. And finally, the MRC also received an update on California's Coastal Fishing Communities Project from Sea Grant Fellow Rose Dodgen about the work she has taken up and is providing a resumption of traction on that project, which we're very pleased about. Related to the 4 substantive topics and that led to recommendations, I'll cover Red Abalone Fishery Management Plan, Red Abalone Recreational Fishery Closure and Sunset Date, Experimental Fishing Permit Program Phase 2, and Master Plan, Marine Life Management Act Master Plan Implementation Update, with a particular note related to vetting of a potential California grunion recreational fishing regulation. So for the recommendation related to the recreational red abalone fishery management plan, they recommend they recommend to support the department in developing a draft fishery management plan for further committee and public review to include all of the fishery management plan elements that were recommended in a report presented to the committee first at its previous meeting and further discussed at this meeting from the administrative team that for the harvest control rule integration process. And the committee recommends specific options for inclusion within that draft FMP. And I'd like to pause for just a moment to note that these specific detailed recommendations, they really do reflect the value of committee discourse that can dig into details, provide specific recommendations to the commission that allow for clarity as the department continues forward with its work. So with that said, here are these specific recommendations for inclusion within the fishery management plan. Related to a harvest control rule, to use both the spawning potential ratio, or SPR, and density metrics whenever possible. Regarding fishing zones, to establish 2 fishing management zones with a framework in the fishery management plan for the data needed that could trigger opening of a 3rd zone or splitting of one of the zones into 2 separate management zones. Regarding a biological fishery, include the provision for a biological fishery as a de minimis fishery option only, based on precaution and driven by scientific need. And 4th, you will hear about this more today, explore a tribal allocation. I think you will, as part of that. I may have misspoken, you might not be hearing about that, but it was a very noteworthy part of the discussion at the MRC. It's a novel approach that hopefully we will learn a lot from as it's developed in consultation with tribes. That's the end of the fishery management plan recommendation. Regarding the recreational red abalone fishery closure, which you'll discuss under item 11, per the commission's request, the MRC is recommending to extend the closure for 5 years with a sunset date of April 1st, 2026 through a rulemaking to commence at this meeting. And also to recommend that the commission request the department to provide annual reports to the commission regarding the status of environmental and abalone stock conditions and recovery. In other words, even with an extension of a closure for a period of 5 years, the commission will still be poised to stay up to date on conditions associated with those stocks and have a pathway for stakeholder engagement and discussion with the commission. The 3rd recommendation is regarding development of the experimental fishing permit program phase 2. recommending to advance to rulemaking the proposed phase 2 regulations to establish an experimental fishing permit program as proposed by the department, which include permit tiers and associated fee structure that the department presented at the meeting. Also, an open application cycle, and also the other features that had previously been recommended by the committee and the commission had already provided direction on. The recommendation is to advance it, but on a timeline to be determined due to staffing capacity questions. Further, to authorize the commission staff to work with the department to explore possible additions to the stated fees. Those fees in the permit tiers and fee structure are intended to recoup the administrative costs of the department. There's also provision to recoup costs for the commission. We're exploring, and that is something that could be explored. Those are the 3 recommendations related to discussion topic, and there is a 4th recommendation that's related to the committee work plan. So I would like to turn to the committee work plan, which is your exhibit B1. That includes topics and timelines for items that the commission has referred and is updated to reflect some proposed changes based on the MRC recommendation, which I'll highlight now. The MRC went through the topics, trying to evaluate what would be the most effective use of the committee's time at its next meeting, given the plethora of topics that are on the work plan, but it's all. So the MRC recommended that the cow-cod rockfish recovery topic be removed from the list of topics. And that's because the department provided a thorough overview of that topic verbally at the previous committee meeting. To remove recreational swordfish regulations from the list of November 2020 MRC meeting topics, because the department believes that it could come forward with an update that would, in writing, that could simplify that discussion. And third, related to the California grunion recreational fishing regulations that I mentioned previously, the committee recognizes that there is a possible need to evaluate the timing for this grunion rulemaking based on priorities relative to other rulemakings. So the committee recommends that you consider that under agenda item 30C today, which is the rulemaking timetable updates, but recommends to keep California grunion on the November MRC schedule to discuss the specifics. No additional topics are proposed at this time. So I've gone over the 4 recommendations from the July MRC meeting, with the 4th being a multi-piece associated with the timetable. And I would like to turn to the committee co-chairs, Commissioner Silva and Vice President Murray, for an opportunity to make any comments should they desire to.
Commissioner Silva, would you like to give any comments on the committee, and then we'll go to Vice President Murray? You're muted, Pete. Pete, you're still muted. Yep.
Yes, thank you, yes, thank you, President Scolari. I just wanted to say a couple of things. One is a lot of great work put in by staff and our stakeholders on getting a lot of these issues resolved, especially the crab fishery. That was very tough, but I think we've come to a good place, I think, on that one. And also on the fishery sunset day, I think that was also a lot of work. So just to say, I mean, it's a lot of effort put in, again, by staff, the commission staff, department staff, and our stakeholders. So I really appreciate all the work that was done, and I think we've come to a good place on all of these efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Silva. Vice President Murray.
Yes, thank you, President Sklar. I would just like to echo the sentiments of Co-Chair Silva. We had an incredibly robust conversation just throughout the day. Stakeholders were engaged, staff were engaged. I was really pleased with the way that it went. And on abalone, we had quite a lot of potentially thorny stuff to work through that I thought really that we really came around to finding solutions for really nicely. So, as Susan mentioned, on the notion of a biological fishery or a data fishery on abalone, we talked about, I expressed the sentiment that if we want to explore that, it really needs to be cautious and driven by how many abalone scientists actually need to take to look at gonads or to do other research that requires mortality. And we certainly talked about the tribal allocation for such a biological fishery, that it would be a lottery for everybody else. And, if we're talking about a number that could be downwards of 100 abalone a year, not everybody who wants to take abalone is going to get to. And so we kind of felt out whether that was going to still feel comfortable to those who were advocating for a biological fishery. And they said that it was. So we talked about those metrics and others. And again, I just feel like we came to a really good place. I did want to mention on the EFP phase 2, I don't know if you mentioned this explicitly, Susan, but we talked about the fees and the fee structure and the idea that it's based on staffing resources that the department needs to put in, and that the department would be able to absorb maybe half of the costs that they put in from this fee structure. I did have a question about whether costs of Fish and Game Commission staff time if we could also recover any of those costs as well for the effort that would need to be put in for our staff's time. And that hadn't yet been factored in, but I just want to flag that again as something that I would love for the department to look into. But other than that, it was a great meeting. It went really, really well. And the grunion issue, we're going to come back and reconsider in November. I did want to just mention on the MLMA piece and grunion that I was looking through the master plan for the MLMA, the 2018 master plan, and there is, and Dr. Schumann, you probably do know this, but and Susan too, there is on page 10, it does contemplate the consideration of emerging issues when implementing priorities, and this idea that some items could come up and potentially leapfrog other priority fisheries. And there is a whole set of criteria laid out that we're meant to consider when we're thinking about whether a fishery should leapfrog above other priorities. And I would ask that when we're considering grunion, we might want to just sort of go through the exercise of putting it through that screening criteria and see if it ticks those boxes or not, just as a best practice for when other issues like grunion come before us. So just wanted to flag that too. But I was just incredibly pleased with the meeting and want to echo the gratitude to staff and to stakeholders and to my co-chair.
Terrific. Thank you, Vice President Murray. Sherry, could you, I'm going to ask anybody who'd like to speak on this topic, item number 9, Marine Resources Committee, to raise their hand in Zoom or press *9 if you're on a phone. And we'll give you a chance to speak on this topic before lunch. Sherry, are you getting any speakers there?
None yet.
Okay, let's give it another couple seconds. And if you don't see anybody, let me know.
We have 2 so far.
Okay, let's let the first speaker go, please.
Jack Likens, you may need to unmute yourself.
Okay, it's done.
Hi, Jack. How are you?
Hi,
Hey, Jack, we need you to speak up a little bit. You're a little bit soft.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I must be having some trouble with my speakers on my.
That's good. You're good now. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Jack Likens. I was a member of the administrative team charged with the integration of the 2 abalone FMPs submitted by the DFW and the Nature Conservancy. And I agree with Commissioner Murray and Commissioner Silva that the MRC involvement of the public was really a good exercise, and it can be an example of how to do fishing FMPs in the future. Having said that, I would like to remind the Commission of a couple facts associated with the integration project. Because of the drastic and rapid marine environmental changes and the fact that the integration process was limited to the 2 plans submitted by the department and the TNC. In large part, the plans were obsolete before they were peer reviewed and or integrated. So we missed some things that in retrospect, I think we could have done differently. According to the modeling used in the evaluation process, which is not really capable of detecting small changes in the abalone population, there's no possibility of even a de minimis fishery for at least 20 years, assuming yet to be defined environmental factors improve to be defined levels, which will all take time. I'd like to encourage the department to think outside of the boxes that we built around this limited process. We should be looking more broadly at more drastic changes to the FMP that allows us to manage a fishery at much lower levels, which were admittedly undetectable by the models and which were used to evaluate the plans. But at the same time, we need to provide data and a small fishing opportunity to the public. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jack. Next, Sherry, just one speaker still?
We have two speakers.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Phone caller with number ending in 147. You need to unmute yourself.
Hello, speaker. Give me another second. Let's go to the other speaker, Sherry, please.
Phone caller ending in 830.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Nancy Caruso. I'm a marine biologist and executive director of Get Inspired, a nonprofit in Orange County. I'm also a member of the RAC, and I've been managing restoration projects for the last 18 years in Orange County, restoring kelp, sea bass, and giant green abalone. On the topic of abalone, a lot of things have changed since the beginning of the creation of the framework, and I'd just like to make a recommendation, throw it out there so it's on the record, that we begin to discuss abalone restoration, given the current status of our abalone. Second, I wanted to just mention something that I brought up in the MRC meeting, and that there's no provision to remove or eradicate invasive species in SMCA's. Sargassum horneri is ubiquitous in Southern California, and our giant kelp can outcompete it normally, but it's struggling to take back control of the reefs after the last couple of years of warm water, followed by an El Nino. So we are unfortunately protecting it as a marine resource within the SMCAs with no permitted extraction. And this is illogical. So for instance, in the Crystal Cove SMCA, it is legal to take lobster, sea urchin, and finfish, but illegal to take an invasive species. And I'll be filing a petition to ask for permission to take invasive species from MPAs for the next meeting. I want to mention that I recently found out the word restoration was left out of the PRC code 36710C. Actually, department employee pointed it out to me, and I'm working with an assemblywoman to work on changing legislation, as I've been told that's the only way that it can be fixed. It is an oversight within the Marine Life Protection Act, and hopefully this can be remedied as soon as possible. I'm bringing it up to the commission so that you know that that is happening. Certainly it's within the spirit of the law to allow for restoration in our marine resources, in our MPAs, but it is not being allowed due to the letter of the law. And this could be very beneficial to I know Craig mentioned earlier, let him know if we have sargassum. Well, we have a lot of sargassum in Orange County, and it could be useful up in Northern and Central California right now. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Sherry, do we get that other speaker back?
Caller with phone number ending in 830, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Hello? Okay, it doesn't look like that's going to work. So Sherry,
can you hear me now?
If there's not anybody else, we're going to move on. Yes,
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please. Terrific. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. My name is Brandon Barney, and I'm calling on behalf of Primary Ocean. I just wanted to make a comment that during a recent science webinar hosted by the Pew Charitable Trust,
In a breakout session, it was remarked that the sea stars and the sea star wasting disease that has affected them is a major part of the issue of facing the kelp forest. I noticed in the marine resources species channel and on the agenda that sea stars are not on the agenda, and they haven't very much been discussed in any of the meetings I've attended in quite a while. So I just wanted to make that comment to the commission that it could be a key part of managing the broader ecosystem in California to pay closer attention to the sea stars. And also, I made a comment in a previous Marine Resources Committee meeting, which is reflected in the readout from that meeting, that it could be helpful to view the kelp holistically, integrating the work to address the wild harvest regulations, the recovery efforts, as well as aquaculture of giant kelp in particular. So I just wanted to reiterate that, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sherry, any other speakers on line?
There are no other raised hands.
Okay, terrific. Commissioners, any other further comments or questions, or would somebody like to make the motion at the end of the staff report? Anyone?
If there are no comments, I'm happy to make a motion.
Please.
Yeah, I move that the commission approve the recommendations from the July 29th, 2020 Marine Resources Committee meeting as recommended by staff. Further, the commission approves the changes to the Marine Resources Committee work plan as recommended by the committee and staff.
Second.
The motion made by Vice President Murray, seconded by Commissioner Silva, I believe. Roll call, please, Sherry.
Vice President Murray?
Aye.
Commissioner Silva?
Aye.
Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Hostler-Carmison?
Aye.
President Sklar?
Aye. Just want to check one thing with Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Burns, I know it was hard for you to get on and speak for a bit, but were you able to hear us that whole time, just for the record?
Yes, I was.
Okay, terrific. So if you want to let staff know if you want to enter any votes that you were unable to make on those couple of items, please do that. We'll let you.
Sure. On the tribal committee, I will vote aye to advance the agenda items. Okay. I believe that's the only one that I missed.
I think that's right. Thank you, Commissioner Burns. That's great.
That is the only
Appreciate
one
that.
I had as well.
Okay,
and I would
terrific.
just like to, not to prolong the meeting, but are going into the lunch break, but I'd just like to echo the positives that Jackie and Melissa had mentioned in regards to the annual tribal meeting. I thought it went extremely well, and I actually am looking forward to participating in it again in the future if that's possible.
Terrific. Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Appreciate that. So with that, we're going to break for lunch for 45 minutes. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. We have items 10 through 16 to finish up this afternoon, but I want to let everybody know we're going to be taking items 14 and 16 first, and then we'll go back to item 10. Sorry, I'm getting a little feedback. I'm going to see if I can do something about that. We'll go back to item 10 and finish up through the normal order after we do 14 and 16. I'd ask my fellow commissioners to take a quick break, but call in on the special conference line at 12:30 for executive session, which Mike Yon, counsel, will lead us in. We'll do that at 12:30, probably take about 15 minutes. We'll give another 15 minutes for everybody to take a rest break before we pick up at 1 o'clock. We'll see y'all then. Thank you so much, and we are recessed until 1 o'clock.
President Sklar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, doesn't matter.
Too late.
So that's part of the reason. That's the reason why I was signed off for a while.
Hey guys, I want to interrupt. It's 1 o'clock, so we're going to start up again. AGP, can you bring everybody back in?
Yes, sir. Everybody's back in. Let me stop the share. And yes, Chair, the floor is yours if you turn on your camera.
There we go. Welcome back to the August 19th, 20th meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission. We're ending our lunch recess and picking up again with our agenda. We did make a decision early in the day that we were going to address items number 14 and 16 now, right after lunch, so that we could have one speaker who needed to join us now from the state. And so With that, I'd like to ask our marine advisor.
President Sklar.
I'm sorry. First, I'd like to ask Mike, the Honor Counsel, to report out on our executive session, which we conducted over lunchtime. Mike, please.
Thank you, President Sklar. The commission met in closed session over the lunch break, considered the items on the agenda under closed session, and they did vote to adopt a proposed decision under item sorry, I've lost my, there it goes. Okay. Did adopt under item D1, the proposed decision for the van accusation. That's all I have to report.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. And with that, we want to have Susan pick up with an introduction of item number 14, marine petitions for regulatory change.
Great. Thank you, commissioners. Good afternoon. Item 14
Susan,
is...
looks like you're frozen. Let's see if you can speak. There you are. Go ahead, Susan, please.
Okay. Item 14.
Yeah, you're muted, Susan. We're not hearing you. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. That's me again. Go ahead.
All right. All right. Absolutely. This is a standing agenda item for the commission to act on regulation petitions from the public that concern marine resources. For this agenda item today, there are 2 pending regulation petitions that were referred to staff or to the department for review. In this case, they were both referred to the department. The first is petition 2018-013B. That was referred to the department for review in December of 2018. The second is petition 2020-001 that was referred to the department in June. And on both of these cases for today's action, the department has prepared a memo that outlines their review and the recommendations based on their review. Those are in exhibits, let's see, 4 and 5 in your meeting materials. I would, in the case, so as it pertains to the emergency regulation to increase recreational take of purple sea urchin in select sites in Monterey, I would defer to Dr. Schuman if he would like to speak about the recommendation, which is to grant the regulation petition in part and under certain conditions. And again, this is tied directly to agenda item 16, which will follow this topic. For the petition 2018-013, that's regarding commercial ridgeback prawn trawl fishing hours. We have attempted to reach out to the petitioner to make sure that he was aware that the petition was on the schedule. And absent, we haven't been able to reach him. We just want to make sure that he knows that this has come back after, a year and 3/4, or a year and a half. So I would suggest that you continue the petition 2018-013B to your next meeting and only act on petition 2020-001 at this meeting. There are 14 comments that were expressing support for the petition. Most of those came after the supplemental comment deadline at your last meeting. But they're provided for you. The petitioner has also updated a draft dive plan that he prepared for the proposed project. It integrates diving conditions that for appropriate for COVID-19 conditions. That's in Exhibit 7 of your binder. And I do want to note that the recommendation is to authorize the portion that is outside the state marine conservation area or state marine reserve at Tankers Reef. There is a commenter in your binder that expressed concern that because Tankers Reef is a different habitat type, is shale as opposed to granite bottom, and just wants to urge the commission to take that into consideration. if approving the evaluation at Tankers Reef, whether it is as effective as other parts of the state or of the other parts of the Monterey area. So the department's recommendation again is to grant petition 2020-01 in part with modifications to allow unlimited take of sea urchin at Tankers Reef through regular rulemaking and schedule for notice in as part of the proposed rulemaking under agenda item 16.
Okay, terrific.
I don't know if Dr. Schuman wishes to make
Yeah,
some
Dr.
comments.
Schuman, would you like to make any comments?
Thank you. No, I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments before we go to public?
Thanks, President Sklar. I think I'd like to wait until after public comment to make some comments.
Terrific. Okay, Sherry, can we open up for public comments? So anybody who'd like to raise their hand on Zoom, raise their hand with the icon. If not, please, if you're on a phone, press *9 and we'll line you up. And Sherry, tell me when we've got a caller and how many we've got.
We have 7 so far.
Okay, yeah, we got a busy afternoon and we get kicked out of this room at 3 o'clock. So
It's up to 13 now, so it's still growing.
Yeah, it's still growing. So we're going to limit it to a minute each, please. Can we set the counter back to a minute? And I apologize for that, but we're just under these unique circumstances. We're very limited and want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. So Sherry, start calling the callers, please.
Mark Shargell, please unmute yourself.
Mark, go ahead, please. Mark, are you unmuting yourself?
Yeah, do you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much for taking time to hear this and my earlier comment. Bravo on proceeding with the Tankers Reef study site. It's a welcome start on saving Monterey's kelp forests. I hope this signals the beginning of collaboration between the department and recreational divers. The petition asked for 2 study sites for good scientific reason. Tankers Reef has a shale seabed. From Monterey to Big Sur, all the rest is granite. Kelp growing on shale is inconsistent. On granite, before the urchin outbreak, it used to come back every year. A second study site on granite would provide a reference and comparison, a chance to learn important additional lessons. Recreational divers can save kelp forests on a small scale. Where will we attempt to scale up the effort? Beyond Tankers Reef, it's all granite and all inside MPAs. Which ones may we save?
Great, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Genevieve Rowe, please unmute yourself.
Hello,
Genevieve?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Genevieve and I'm a Monterey diver. I'm here to support petition 2020-001. I really very much appreciate the recommendation to approve the urchin culling at Tankers Reef. I think it's a step in the right direction. However, I urge the commission to adopt the petition in its entirety and allow urchin culling inside of Monterey's MPAs on the granite seabed as well. The little remaining kelp inside of the MPAs are being decimated by the urchins. I'd also like to ask the commission to release a kelp restoration plan to the public and to solicit input from the diving community, citizen scientists, reef check, and coastal businesses. I think stakeholders should be involved in kelp restoration policy. I hope that you will allow the divers to control the destructive urchins around Monterey Peninsula before all the kelp forests are destroyed.
Thank you. And next speaker, please. Sherry?
Hi,
Melanie Moreno.
I got it.
Yes, Melanie, go ahead, please.
My name is Melanie Moreno, and I would sincerely like to offer the commission my thanks for your plan to allow culling on Tankers Reef. I look forward to having an opportunity to help restore a small part of Monterey's beleaguered kelp forest. But I continue to be alarmed by the ongoing destruction of kelp forests within the marine protected areas by those urchin hordes. I am confident the commission will observe that well-trained recreational divers are capable of removing urchins in a responsible and environmentally sensitive way. I hope you will permit desperately needed urchin removal and kelp preservation within our marine protected areas in the very near future. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Sherry, next speaker, please.
Keith Rutsart.
Hello, my name is Keith Rutsart, and I'm the petitioner for the 2020-001 project. And I want to thank Director Bonham, Dr. Greg Schumann, Sanki Mastrup, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife staff for all your hard work on this issue. And thank you to Susan Ashcraft and the FGC staff for dealing with hundreds of support letters that were sent in. And thank you, commissioners, for hopefully your bold move today. I think Tankers Reef is going to be a good project. We're going to remove purple and red urchins, culling urchins with hand tools. I had asked for 281 acres. I was given 670 acres. I asked for a 40-gallon bag limit and was given no limit. You know, back of the envelope, this is 6.7 million purple urchins and 475,000 red urchins that are going to be removed from this. So it's a 3-year project, and I'm hoping to build good trust for a long relationship with the commission and having a legal way for the diving community to cull urchins in Monterey and gain scientific understanding of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you for you're keeping the pressure on this. We've been hearing you. Next speaker, please.
Danny, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. My name is Danny, and I'm a recreational diver. And I just want to encourage you to allow culling of the urchins within the marine protected areas. The urchins don't know where the borderline is. And I've seen them down there munching away. And it's very much on my mind today as we watch our forest right now, you know, burning. I think we have an opportunity to save our underwater forests. So I hope that, I know divers are ready to do it. So I hope that you will allow that. Thank you, and be safe.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Alan Throop, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Alan. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Alan Throop. I've been diving since 1999. I've never devastation of it as they end. Thank you for support. 01. I am a convergence in attempting to study control sea urchins, rickets. A substrate is more moderate is grip divers. The ecosystem already are out of control and it urgent into that.
Sir, you have a really bad connection. We're only getting your third or fourth word. You know, I'd appreciate, you know, maybe, I don't know if you want to try back from a different zone. If not, maybe send in your comments, but we can't really hear you.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're going to go on to the next caller because we just can't hear any enough there. Sherry, next caller, please.
Sabrina Wong.
Sabrina?
Hello, commissioners. I'm Sabrina Wong. I'm also speaking in support of petition 2020-001. I want to thank you sincerely for allowing urchin removal and study at Tankers Reef, and I hope that this effort can be expanded to additional areas. I'm a recreational diver who volunteers with Reef Check California, and I've seen firsthand the devastating impact that the purple urchins have had on our kelp forests. I personally attended volunteer events in Mendocino County in 2019 to remove urchins, and I saw the amazing response from the local community there. I know the Monterey community would respond even more strongly to help with this effort if given the permission, and that people are waiting with bated breath to do so. I support this petition 2020-001 in full and ask that this Fish and Game Commission also do so in order to protect our MPAs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Yeah, sure.
Wendy.
Yeah, Wendy, can you hear us?
Hi, my name's Wendy King, and I'm a recreational diver in this Monterey Bay, down in Monterey. I have also personally seen the destruction of the urchins, and so I appreciate that you are supporting 2020-001. I hope that we can expand it within the Monterey Bay Marine Protected Area, where indeed the sea urchins do not know the borders of the protected area. And we have a responsibility to take care of what we have. So please do extend the range where recreational divers can support urchin removal and the health of our kelp forests. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Sherry.
Lauren McKenzie.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren McKenzie. I'm a recreational diver, citizen scientist, and participated as a volunteer diver in the urchin culls in Casper Cove. I'm speaking in support of petition 2020-001. I urge the commission to adopt petition 2020-001 in its entirety and allow urchin culling inside Monterey's marine protected areas. I was certified in Monterey. I dive around 8 tanks a month in Monterey for fun, science, and photography. And slowly my dive group has been electing to eliminate diving at certain sites because they have become urchin barrens. The little remaining kelp inside of Monterey's MPAs are being decimated, and we need action. Like Jen Rowe, I asked the commission to release a kelp restoration plan to the public and allow stakeholders, including the diving community and citizen scientists, to provide input into the plan. Please act in haste before all the help is gone. Thank you, and stay safe.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Tony Lynn.
Hi, my name is Tony Lin, and first of all, I want to thank the Commission for allowing these research and on Tankers Reef, and I'm calling in to support, asking the Commission to consider supporting the directive in its all entirety. We have a lot of young children in the Bay Area who's really getting interested in ocean conservation, and it would be devastating if they, start diving and don't actually have a beautiful kelp forest to dive to. I totally understand that MPA are sanctuaries that we like to protect, but at the same time, if it is already devastated, there's not much to look at. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Phelan.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello. My name is Phelan, a rising freshman and a recreational diver, and I'm here to support petition 2020-001. I really appreciate the fact that you're supporting the petition, but I'm still really worried by the destruction of kelp forests by masses of urchins in the MPAs. My hope is that the Commission will allow desperately needed urchin removal and kelp preservation within our MPAs very soon. Like a previous speaker said, the urchins don't have any boundaries. So please consider this. If the urchin population is allowed to continue to grow and devastate our precious kelp forests, what is the point of marine protected areas if there's nothing to protect anymore? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Reef check.
Yeah, hi, my name is Dan Abbott, the Central Coast Regional Manager for Reef Check. Good afternoon, commissioners. Though Reef Check did not formally support this petition, we are nonetheless very encouraged and happy that it's going forward. Clearly, there's a tremendous amount of interest in the dive community, including many of our volunteers who have already spoken before me. So we're very pleased by this decision and sincerely hope that the actions will have a meaningful impact on kelp forest restoration in Monterey. I'm calling to primarily state that Reef Check is on board for monitoring this effort and making sure that the results are positive, with the one caveat that though we have a tremendous amount of volunteers, our resources are limited. But we are on board for doing the scientific monitoring to assess this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Sherry, how many more do we have left?
Josh Maxwell.
Josh, go ahead, please.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Josh Maxwell. I'm a Monterey Carmel recreational diver. First of all, thanks for your approval of the Tankers Reef kelp project restoration. Please also approve kelp restoration of the rocky reef structures within the Monterey MPAs, at least in a few controlled sites such as Lowers and others. A similar project in Palo Verdes in SoCal had positive results. This was many, many years ago. So this does provide, some kind of efficacy, in the potential results in the future. So I hope the commission considers it. I hope the commission approves the petition 2020-001 in its entirety. Thanks for all your help in restoring the kelp forest.
Thank you very much. Sherry, do we have any speakers left?
We have 9 speakers left. Tom Baker, your line's open.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Tom, go ahead, please.
Hi. Yes, I just want to reiterate my support for the urchin culling. Urchin barrens, when I've blundered in them, fill me with loathing and disgust, and I understand divers will not want to dive in these places. So all of us need this to for the kelp to be maintained. I would point out just again a caveat that there's a bit of a design flaw with tankers given its shale substrate and the fact it's inconsistently supported kelp forests over time, so that a failure of kelp to reemerge here is not a failure of concept. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, and I would just ask all speakers, if you're reiterating something that somebody's already said, if you could be brief, we'd appreciate that. Well, the reason I gave a 3 o'clock cutoff is that the state has asked for the state buildings to participate in helping reduce power demands, and we've been asked to have our buildings shut down by 3 o'clock. It's not an absolute cutoff, but we want to do our part. So again, if everybody can cooperate over the next hour and a half to help us get through the meeting, we'd appreciate that. So be as brief as you can. Next speaker, please.
Tom Shields.
Tom, go ahead.
Am I there?
You are. Go ahead, please.
Hey, I'd reiterate, blah, blah, everybody. I would also say that, maybe rethinking the MPA system or, again, just like the boundary thing. That's, my main thing. But reiterate.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Rose Zhang.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Rose Zhang, and I'm a recreational diver. Thank you for allowing urchin culling at Tankers Reef. I am speaking in support of petition 2020-001 in its entirety. As you can see from this call, there's a large dedicated diving community that's well informed and willing to help and spread awareness to train other divers to help culling urchins within the MPAs. We want to help keep all the beautiful Monterey dive sites, and we want to keep our beautiful underwater forests in tip-top shape. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jennifer Cassell.
And Jennifer, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you, Commission. I'm a marine scientist at UC Santa Barbara, and I am neither for nor against this petition, but I urge the Commission and the department to consider the following. Any restoration projects, especially those calling for urchin removals, should be designed as solid scientific studies with input from kelp scientists across the state and maybe even beyond. I feel that there needs to be criteria developed to assess effectiveness of these projects that can be applied across the state, as I think that these sorts of calls for projects are going to increase in the future. And finally, the results and the data from these sorts of restoration projects need to be accessible to scientists, to managers, and to the public on timescales that allow for truly adaptive management of kelp forests and restoration across the state. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
William Shannon.
Yeah, hi, thanks for letting me speak, commissioners. I want to reiterate to adopt 2020-001 in its entirety. What I want to let the commissioners know is that I have dived Point Lobos State Reserve, which is a pretty unique ecosystem. I was there in July for several dives, and you can see the urchin present there in the State Reserve in Bluefin Cove, as well as just north of Whalers Cove. You can see urchins coming in. And I did dive there last year in 2019, and you can see that there's an increased urchin present there in the State Reserve. So please use recreational divers. And the last thing I'm going to say is that the California coast is very, very valuable in many ways. So please dedicate some resources to this. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Call in with phone number ending in 147.
Hello, this is Nancy Caruso. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, good. I'm a marine biologist, and I spent 10 years restoring the kelp forest in Orange County with volunteer recreational divers. I also support the petition 2020-001. Thank you for allowing the Tankers Reef Restoration Project, but we need to consider restoration in the SMCA's. I'm so happy to hear about the proposed kelp restoration plan. Please work quickly and allow the public to be involved in the plan, as there may need to be different plans in different areas, such as sargassum removal here in Orange County, and of course, urchin removal and culling where needed up north. At the moment, we don't need that down here. I also think you need to consider these actions in NPAs, as kelp, of course, is the foundation for a healthy NPA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Jeff Shester.
Thank you. This is Jeff Shester representing Oceana, also a local Monterey area diver for the last 15 years. I'm very concerned about the decline of the kelp forest, but also want to remind the Commission that purple urchins are a native species that co-evolved with the kelp forest ecosystem here for thousands of years. We think that there needs to be more scientific monitoring on the effects of urchin removal and potential unintended consequences. And so we are currently in opposition to the take of urchins inside MPAs where urchin take is currently prohibited. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
This is our last speaker, Robert Halem.
Robert, go ahead, please. Robert? You may need to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
we can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
I'd like to speak in support of 2020-001 in its entirety. I recently was involved in a group dive at Lover's Point, and quite frankly, there's not a lot of sense in diving it anymore unless you want to look at rocks covered in urchins. Something has to be done. So I support the entire proposal. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to turn to Vice President Murray, who had to make a
Excuse me,
comment.
President Sklar, we did have one more person raise a hand.
Okay, please have them go ahead. This will be the last speaker.
Karen.
Karen, are you unmuted? Yeah, Karen, go ahead, please.
Afternoon. I'm Karen Grimmer, Resource Protection Coordinator with Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary.
Karen, I think you need to turn off your speaker because I think
Sorry for the echo.
Karen, we're not able to
Oh my
hear you.
gosh.
You can either put your volume off so you're not getting feedback or try calling in. Karen? Okay, well, I think we lost her. I'm going to go to Vice President Murray, and we can always come back to Karen if she calls back in.
Thank you, President Sklar. So I do have a few thoughts. Thanks everyone for your comments. Obviously, we had a lively discussion about this at the MRC meeting too last month. So Tankers Reef is a shale reef, as some of you have pointed out, but it has access and it is safe for volunteer divers to go into. And moreover, it was actually the geography that was presented to us in the petition we received. So I want to be really clear in saying I care a lot about this issue. It is, I do not want to sit on our hands. This is not something we're ignoring. We have an ongoing reef check project in Monterey already for culling of urchin. We have the Casper project in the North Coast. And then we have this Tankers Reef proposal, which we are slated to consider today. But I want to be really clear in saying that having volunteers, swimming around inside MPAs, not as a part of an established program, without a limit, with pointy hammers to remove a native species is just simply not possible right now, for me, I'll say anyway. We can't have volunteers without proof of concept on this strategy as well. We would certainly need a proof of concept on the strategy being effective before we could even consider something like that. Additionally, for me, it creates pretty serious enforcement issues to have volunteers, again, not as a part of an organized program, swimming around in MPAs with pointy hammers. I think that sounds really challenging from an LED perspective. The whole point of our MPAs is to leave them alone, let them act as a baseline for the areas around them. And if we don't do that, we really can't fulfill their research objectives. But I do want to say we have an urchin removal project inside an MPA in Monterey, off of Monterey, under a scientific collecting permit. So those data are being collected as a part of the Reef Check project that we have. I also want to say that this is not the first time we have been here, right? This is a native species. I know there was a huge El Nino in the late 1950s, and that the Department of then Fish and Game and Sea Grant and Scripps spent a lot of energy and money to understand the reasons for that sea urchin explosion. And I want to also say that we cannot just smash all the urchin along 1,100 miles of coastline forever into perpetuity. So I don't want us to put all our eggs just in that basket, right? We have seen urchin removal projects in Santa Monica Bay that have been effective, but require ongoing removal over many, many years to keep the urchin in check. So we really do need other kinds of projects and strategies too. I was really pleased to see the kelp recovery research program from OPC and Sea Grant provided $1.8 million for kelp restoration and protection statewide in June of this year. And some of those projects do look at the science behind urchin and purple sea urchin specifically. I've spent a lot of time over the last couple of months talking to preeminent kelp ecologists and scientists in California. And I firmly believe, as Dr. Cassell said in her comments, we need to diversify our portfolios here, get more information on things like gonad size ratios, seasonality, which factors affect mortality most, and what the right time is for smashing. And we need clear monitoring to measure outcomes going along with any of these projects we're going to approve. So I know that was a bit long, but this is something that's near and dear to my heart. And I've been having just loads of stakeholder and scientist conversations outside of meetings on this. And so I had some thoughts that I wanted to share. So thanks for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Murray. Any other commissioners would like to speak before we I entertain a motion? Hearing nobody, Vice President Murray, would you like to make a motion then on this this item?
Happy to. Yeah, I move that the commission adopts the staff recommendations as reflected in Exhibit 1.
Second.
I'm sorry, is there a second?
Commissioners.
Oh.
Yep.
I apologize. I just wanted, this is Susan Ashcroft again. I just wanted to clarify or remind you that I did have a recommendation to continue the second petition 2018-013B, to your subsequent meeting in order to provide the petitioner an opportunity to engage if he desires.
Yeah, I believe that was the is the motion since you had recommended that. Commissioner Murray, would you want to confirm that?
Yes, that is the motion that I intended to make. Thank you,
good.
Susan.
Good. Is there a second? Anyone?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Burns. So motion made by Commissioner Murray, second by Commissioner Burns. Roll call, Sherry, please.
Vice President Murray,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Silva,
Commissioner Silva? Give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down. We can't hear you. Okay, that's an aye.
Commissioner Hoster-Carmison,
Aye.
President Sklar.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you everyone for your comments on that. I know we've been working on it a long time and this is a step forward. Moving on to item number 16, which is recreational sea urchin. Again, Susan, we'll have a brief introduction, then we're going to have Mark Gold, I believe, from OPC speak. Susan, go ahead. You're muted. Yep.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, President Sklar and commissioners. Following on the heels of this agenda item previous, this is to consider authorizing publication of a notice of intent to amend regulations concerning recreational take of sea urchin at Casper Cove and at Tankers Reef. This proposal is based on the department's recommendation is to cap this at a period of 3 years. That is intended to allow for sufficient time to conduct any kinds of evaluations necessary in order to assess the effectiveness of the projects that are being aligned with recreational harvest provisions proposed in this rulemaking. You're scheduled for a discussion hearing in October and adoption hearing in December. I do want to note a couple of things, and to remind you that this is related to agenda item 4, which was the extension of the emergency. So we are working to ensure that.
We're losing Susan now. Susan, I don't know if you can hear us, but we've lost you. Let's do this. Let's go to see if Susan comes back. Let's go to Mark Gold if he's available. Sherry?
Should we do the presentation first?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, who's doing that, Chuck? Is that, I'm sorry. Sanki's doing it. I'm sorry. Thanks, Craig.
No
Sanki,
problem.
are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Sanki, welcome, of course, as always. Go ahead, please.
Sure. First slide. Thank you. My name is Sanki Mastrup. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for Invertebrate Fisheries with Marine Region, and I'll be discussing the proposed amendments to recreational sea urchin regulations for both Casper Cove and Tanker Reef. Next slide, please. The proposal is to extend the rule removing the daily recreational bag limit for the take of purple sea urchins in Casper Cove, Mendocino County. And as we've been discussing, removing the daily bag limit for purple and red urchins at Tanker Reef in Monterey County. The next slide, please, is the proposed site at Tankers Reef. The department is also proposing a sunset date of March 1st, 2024 for both sites to assess whether the studies have met expectations and warrant continued effort. I would like to point out on the map that the two landmarks for the northeasterly and southwesterly boundaries are the edge of the Monterey Tides Resort and the end of Camino El Stero, respectively. We worked with law enforcement to make sure we had enforceable boundaries. That's why, as Mr. Rootsard pointed out, it's a little bigger than he requested, but we felt it was appropriate or important to have clearly identifiable boundaries that are marked by physical geographical indicators on shore. Next slide. As you'll hear, and in your binder, there's several documents, including a joint memo from OPC, Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and the department, which details the conditions under which the project will not be opposed. In general, we're requesting the petitioner to, 1, evaluate the efficacy of community-led in-water urchin culling activities and report findings, and 2, evaluate potential ecological impacts from in-water urchin culling methods. This is important because as you've been hearing already, there's some context that we must be sensitive to. Both sites are being approached as experiments, so I appreciate the comment from the researcher about experimental design, and we will be looking to help make sure that's designed properly. We're also interested in the efficacy and costs of these projects. They're largely unknown, particularly on the North Coast. As was also mentioned, the unintended consequences and potential ecological impacts are unknown and are really important, particularly when we're working with native species here. And of course, the feasibility and consequences of broad-scale application are unknown and need to be explored before we consider expanding this beyond the 2 experiments. Next slide. The proposed timeline is to go to notice in August, if the commission so directs us to, discussion at the October meeting, and potentially adopting this rule in December. And Next slide, if there's any questions, I'm certainly available.
Great, thank you, Sankey. And now, do we want to go to Mark Gold? And is he there?
Mark Gold, you should be able to speak now.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair Sklar, for letting me speak at this time, and also thank you, Commissioner Murray, for giving most of my comments. But in regards to this issue, we at the OPC absolutely understand the concerns from the diving community. We share them completely, and I'm going to sort of walk you through some of the things that are going on here. And believe me, solutions to the kelp crisis is right up there at the top of one of our biggest priorities. And I think the following will demonstrate that. Part of it is that with there being such a major climate change driver and so much climate and oceanographic variability, really, trying to find the one solution to the issue that we're seeing of urchin barrens and kelp forest cover being decimated. We just wish it was easy. It just isn't. And so I'm glad everyone's bringing up purple urchins are native species. They're non-invasives. I think that's absolutely critical to the whole thing and how we're discussing this. From the OPC perspective, just to give you a quick overview of what we've done, most of it hand in glove, working with Fish and Wildlife, is $200,000 to reef check on urchin density experiments ongoing at Lovers Point, close to the area that we're talking about here, as well as the site to be determined on the North Coast. And then another 200 grand to really make this data available to the public on a regular basis, working with the Nature Conservancy and UCLA to really couple aerial survey data with remote sensing data to give kelp cover estimates, hopefully on a weekly basis. Another $500,000, a huge investment for us, for urchin removal at Noyo Bay and Casper Cove, urchin boats, getting people out there and getting to work. That's been ongoing for the last few weeks. And then obviously we've been supporting the Casper Cove effort with volunteer divers and urchin culling there as well. It's been alluded to earlier. We're actually up to almost $2 million, $750,000 come from OPC and $1.2 million from UCC grant, again, partnering with Fish and Wildlife on not one, not two, but 6 different kelp restoration research projects. And so really critical to put our academic community to work, not just on studying the problem, but actually giving us research recommendations on what to do to actually solve the problem. So it's all solution-oriented research, which I think is critical. And then working with Fish and Wildlife and the Commission to put together the Kelp Restoration Action Plan, which you've been hearing about, working closely with the tribes, the fishing community and diving communities, and academia on putting that together. So kelp restoration is clearly not a certain science. That's why we've made this investment and why we're working together with stakeholders as well. I wish it was as simple as that urchin culling equals kelp restoration. Of course, we know better. It's just not that simple, especially at the scale that we're seeing kelp forest devastation, not only on the North Coast, but in numerous areas along the entire coast of California. So OPC does not oppose the proposed regulatory amendment to allow urchin crushing at Tankers Reef, provided the outcome of the project explicitly informs future management actions as stated in the joint Fish and Wildlife, Ocean Protection Council, and Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary's memo. Many of our concerns about the potential impacts of wide-scale urchin crushing were voiced earlier by tribal communities. Also, we are extremely concerned about any human intervention, such as urchin culling, of native species in marine protected areas. We are following this issue, however, very, very closely. We are talking to Fish and Wildlife and Fish and Game staff on a regular basis about adaptive management at our MPAs. So I do want to make it clear to the public that we're not ignoring the issue. We're just discussing it and waiting for some of this information to really inform how we move forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Any commissioners want to comment or ask questions before we go to public comment?
I would just like to thank OPC Director Gold for his work on this and his attention to this, and for his comments, and certainly for the funding that OPC and Sea Grant and others have offered to sort of crack this nut. We see that and are incredibly grateful for that. President Sklar, after you hear from other commissioners, I think that potentially Karen Grimmer from Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary might want to speak before public comment too.
Okay. Okay, good. Any other commissioners care to speak or ask questions? Okay, seeing none. Can we bring up Ms. Grimmer, please? Sherry.
You may need to unmute yourself.
Hello, Sherry. I mean, Ms. Grimmer.
Hear me? Hello?
Yes,
can
go ahead,
you hear
please.
me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Trying to unmute.
You are unmuted. Go ahead.
Mute. Okay.
Hello, go ahead. We can hear you. Now we can't. You're muted again, I believe. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello?
She can't hear us.
Hi, I'm sorry about that. Good afternoon, commissioners. Appreciate time. And as the memo states, we are interested in, excuse me, 1 minute, better understanding how in-water urchin culling might be used as a kelp restoration tool. And doing that, of course, in full coordination with CDFW, OPC, and other groups and interested recreational divers in Monterey. Kelp is an extremely important resource to the sanctuary, and we are involved in a number of efforts to restore kelp. The main concerns for us are that the activity does not cause collateral damage to the reef from the culling activity itself, and that pertains to the sanctuary's prohibition on alteration of its submerged lands. So to that end, we are working closely with the petitioner and CDFW and OPC to develop a project design and monitoring plan that includes some key metrics and minimizes any damages or alterations to the reef, or that is our hope. Our expectation is that the outcomes inform future management decisions regarding using this approach to kelp restoration. And as you likely know, the Sanctuary and CDFW are also actively developing a collaborative research project to evaluate potential impacts of urchin culling on the reef substrate, associated habitat, and sessile organisms. As the results of that study become available, we can apply the information to the Tankers Reef effort. And I'm sure Casper Cove information, other studies that have been mentioned can also help inform it. So with the understanding outlined in the joint memo, MBS supports CDFW's request for a regulation change at Tankers Reef that would allow for a community-led urchin removal effort. And we look forward to working closely with all the parties. Thank you.
Yeah, got it. Great. Thank you very much. So now we're going to invite members of the public to speak. I would encourage you to not repeat what you might have said under item 14. We've certainly heard you, and we know the enthusiastic support for these efforts. So if you have something new to say, again, raise your hand on Zoom or press #9 if you want to. If you're on the phone and you'd like to speak. And Sherry, let me know as they come up how many speakers we have.
We have one so far.
Okay, we're gonna. I expect we're gonna get more as we go. So let's go with 1 minute again, please. Thank you. First, *9 if you want to.
Keith Rutzart.
Hello, this is Keith. Hello, this is Keith Rutzart again. Casper Cove in Mendocino and Tankers Reef in Monterey will, by virtue of this, be on the same 3-year timeline. And the diving population is mostly in the San Francisco Bay Area. So I would think that divers would probably prefer Monterey. There'd be less travel time for them, more predictable weather, and a longer season. But Tankers Reef, in our project, we're going to bring so many more divers into kelp restoration. And we want to include economically disadvantaged student and military divers that we have a lot of in Monterey by paying for their training, tools, and licenses. And we'd like to invite the tribal communities to advise and participate in the project at Tankers Reef. And we are going to create a kelp restoration diving certification that could be applied worldwide. And our hope is that a rising tide is going to lift all ships and benefit the both projects. And in the end, I think the lessons to be learned are that divers are a constituency that can help us and that public-private partnerships can work. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please. Sherry, how many do we have?
Just one more.
Okay, go ahead.
Griffin?
Yeah, hi. My name is Griffin Walker. I'm a local diver in the community. I just wanted to express my support for the full adaptation of the urchin culling. I believe that was item 14. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers, Sherry?
There are no more hands raised.
Okay, good. I turn over to commissioners. Tell it either to make a motion or to express your opinions and discuss it. Would somebody like to make a motion then? On the notice?
Yes, I would move the commission authorizes publication of a notice of its intent to amend section 29.06, Title 14, California Code of Regulations related to the recreational take of sea urchins at Casper Cove and Mendocino County for 3 years. I would also move the commission authorizes publication of a notice of its intent to amend section 29.6, Title 14, California Code of Regulation related to the creation or recreational take of purple and red sea urchins at Tankers Reef in Monterey County for 3 years.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Burns, seconded by Commissioner Hosser-Carmenson. Sherry, can we do a roll call, please?
Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Hosser-Carmenson? Aye. Commissioner Silva?
Aye.
Vice President Murray?
Aye.
President Sklar?
Aye. Thank you all very much. And we know this will be an ongoing process, and we appreciate everybody's comments and particularly the really good information from OPC and so on. Thank you all for your deep work on this, and we'll see where it goes. We're now returning to item 10, which is recreational red abalone. Susan, please lead us off.
Thank you. And I'll be more brief this time so my computer doesn't try to cut me off. This is the notice hearing to extend the current red abalone fishery closure based on continued poor environmental and stock conditions. The closure is currently scheduled to sunset on April 1st of 2021. And the proposal includes an extension to that sunset date for a recommended period of 5 years that is supported by the department, the Marine Resources Committee, and commission staff. Sankey Mastrop will again provide an overview of the proposed regulation.
Great, Sankey, thanks. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, President Sklar, commissioners. I'll make this brief because I know time is short. My name is Sankey Mastrop, Invertebrate Program Manager. Next slide. Yeah, the stock, as Susan pointed out, and information you had on the report out from the MRC, the stock is still in a very depleted state. Kelp, the primary food source, abalone, is still largely absent, although we're starting to see some signs of recovery. This fishery should not be re-entered next year and is unlikely to be in a condition to do so for many years. Once the new fishery management plan is adopted, the commission can reassess that situation. So as Susan pointed out, it's currently proposed to open on April 1st of 2021. We're proposing extending that closure sunset date to April 1st, 2026. Timeline being a notice after this meeting, discussion October, and adoption potentially in December. When you look in your binder, as you've seen in your binder, the draft rulemaking, we're also making some rearrangements to maintain the language, but make it clear that the fishery is closed. And with that, I will take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Sankey. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Hearing none, we invite everybody from the public who wants to speak on this item, number 10, the recreational rat abalone fishery, to raise your hand on Zoom or to press *9 if you'd like to comment from a phone. And Sherry, why don't you give me a count as we start to get one and see where we are.
We only have 2 so far, but I'll call the first speaker.
Okay, please.
Tom Shields.
It was quicker to the draw there. My thought is just a question more than anything. Why not keep it from like a year-to-year check basis? Why close it 5 more years? Could be a totally legit answer to that, but I'm on the call, so I asked.
Great, thank you. We'll get to that. We'll see if there's a comment on that from Sanki when we get through the next speakers. Sherry, any more speakers besides the one?
Jack Likens.
Yes, please, Jack, go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Jack Likens. I was a member of the administrative team that worked on the integration of the 2 abalone management plans. The conversion of the ARMP to an FMP began 6 years ago. The department is asking for another 5 years extension to the current closure and to complete the FMP. I'm not against that, but until a new plan is finished and implemented, the fishery will remain closed and managed under the ARMP. In either case, there is no provision for a biological or data gathering fishery as opposed in the integrated plan. I would like to ask the commission and the department, in the spirits of adaptive management, to consider how to implement a biological or data gathering fisheries before the new integrated plan is approved and implemented, hopefully within the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Any other people, Sherry?
There are no more hands raised.
Okay, Sanki, do you want to address the question about that was raised, and then also maybe address Jack's comment as well?
Sure, absolutely, Mr. President. Yeah, the reason we're doing the 5-year instead of annual, having to do a rulemaking every year to adjust the date is a lot of administrative work and cost. And the reality is this fishery will not be in a condition to be fished anytime soon. So it's more efficient to do a 5-year sunset. And as the president knows and the commissioners know, at any meeting, the commission can decide to change that. So it's just an efficiency move more than anything else. In regards to Jack's comments, our plan is to have a draft FMP to you by the end of the year or early next year. So it is our greatest hope we will not be talking about an FMP, 5 years from now. Hopefully it will be adopted next year sometime. And in that plan will be a provision for a de minimis and or biological fishery as one of the options you can contemplate. So that will be addressed and in the plan.
Great, thank you, Sanki. Very, very helpful. Appreciate it. Again, commissioners, any questions or comments? And there is a motion on this item. Anyone?
I will make the motion that the commission authorizes publication of a notice of its intent to amend section 29.15 related to recreational abalone fishing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion made by Commissioner Hostler-Carmison, seconded by Commissioner Silva. We have a roll call, please, Sherry.
I had that second by Burns.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, you're correct. I apologize.
Commissioner Hostler-Carmison.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Silva.
Aye.
Vice President Murray.
Aye.
President Sklar.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. This process continues to move ahead. And then, interesting. Okay, and now we're on to 11, recreational dungeon scrap. Again, Susan, please.
Thank you, President Sklar and commissioners. This is the notice hearing to amend recreational crab regulations intended to provide additional whale and turtle protections in the trout fishery. This has been under discussion since mid-2019 and is the culmination of efforts to develop specific provisions in collaboration with stakeholders. This notice hearing was continued from the June commission meeting, at which time you provided direction to integrate 3 specific measures into the regulation, and those have been integrated for today. As noted in the agenda, the regulations proposed for your consideration would apply to all trap harvested crab species. As I also previously mentioned at the July 2020 MRC meeting, the department reported that its law enforcement division identified a potential regulatory loophole related to targeting of other crab species and recommends to the change to ensure effective enforcement. The department will provide more details during its overview of the proposed regulation. Before the department gives that presentation, I do want to note that there is an area of question that we are seeking your clarification on. During the previous meeting, the commission and also the MRC discussed 2 additional criteria governing the director of DFW's authority to act to implement a delay or closure under director authority provisions. 2 provisions were added or identified during the discussion that were not included in your motion. The first is consulting with the commission president prior to taking action to delay or close the season. And the second is notifying the commission at its next meeting of any action taken. So in recommending that you adopt the request to go to notice, that clarify those 2 additional provisions. Ryan Bartling is the department scientist that will be giving this presentation today.
Great.
Thank you, Susan.
We're going to Ryan now, please. Please, Ryan. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, President Sklar, commissioners. Thanks, Susan, for that introduction. I will try to be efficient, kind of try to get through a few slides here. As always been kind of set up, as everyone is aware, we've been developing options to minimize marine life entanglement risk in commercial and recreational crab fisheries. This one is focused on the recreational fishery. There are direct ties to the risk assessment mitigation program in this proposed rulemaking that I think many of you are aware the department has been developing for the commercial fishery. And we'll talk more about those in a second. What we're really focused on is trying to minimize entanglements in both commercial and recreational fisheries more broadly, and reducing risk within those. If you go to the next slide. So as Susan already noted, and I just want to reiterate, we've been working on crafting the proposals for more than a year. Initial discussions and scoping were really focused on the Dungeness crab fishery. Really at its core, though, entanglement risk occurs in crab trap, line, and gear, regardless of the species that's targeted. As such, when we were reviewing the regulation proposals, it became clear that a broader approach was needed. So and that will help address risk more broadly and help align enforcement efforts. Next slide, please. Just quick background, since 2014, there have been 49 confirmed entanglements in Dungeness crab gear, specifically in California. Species involved are primarily humpback whales. There are blue whales, and there has been a leatherback sea turtle incident. All 3 species are protected under the Endangered Species Act and or the Marine Mammal Protection Act. The other important thing to note, 3 of the confirmed entanglements occurred in recreational crab gear, specifically Dungeness gear. And then 50% of entanglements generally fall into this category that's confirmed but unknown. So the entanglement's confirmed in gear, but the origin is unknown. So California, Oregon, Washington have all been really working hard to come up with ways to improve gear marking and reduce entanglements. Next slide, please. So again, just a quick rationale. Crab fisheries generally operate in similar locations using similar configurations. The gear is often similar to commercial gear. For recreational fishery, there are a few rules regarding deployment, the configuration, and servicing requirements. What we're really trying to do is, again, align our trap fisheries to increase accountability and reduce those entanglements. Next slide, please. So the 5 proposals are laid out here. The first one being a unique marker buoy. This is a simple red buoy. If you look on to the photo on the right, in the proposed regulations, it would require that top little 3 by 5 inch buoy. Currently, under regulation, the only requirement is to have a GO ID. In the event of entanglement, that's very difficult to discern during an entanglement response. Based on our scoping and some testing with that marking, it's a pretty simple, low-cost way of marking the gear. Those little red buoys are widely available. The cost is about $3 to $4. The second proposal is a trap limit program, limiting individuals to 10 traps. A key measure to reduce entanglement risk is reducing the number of vertical lines. There's no suggestion to change the commercial passenger fishing vessel limit, which is currently set at 60. The 10 trap limit would still allow for what we would consider a satisfactory fishing experience. Service interval is the third. Currently, as I think I mentioned, there's no service interval required for recreational crab pots. Just as a note, in the commercial Dungeness crab fishery, there is a 96-hour rule or 4-day servicing requirement. In the proposed regulation, 9 days service interval would be required, which would allow servicing and checking over 2 consecutive weekends. The next proposal is a validation program. Currently, the department has very little information or a clear mechanism to understand recreational crabbing activity. This validation program as proposed would help determine participation level, fishing practices, would also, probably most importantly, help us identify sport crabbers for sampling and to direct some of our communications about helping to reduce entanglement risk through best practices. And if director's authority is granted, it would also help notify them of in-season changes. The fee proposed is estimated to be $2.25 for that validation program. And then the fifth is the director's authority. Currently, the Fish and Game Commission has authority over the recreational fishery, as you know. The department recommends providing authority to the director to take in-season action when risk is unacceptably high. This would provide for faster management response and help either delay or close the season early in the event of high-risk scenarios. This again would also help align with the other commercial crab fishery. Next slide, please. So without getting into too deep nitty-gritty, just to recap how the regulations would be amended. Within 2980, it would revise the hoop net language just to remove redundancy. They're very minor changes. Within 2980, it would add a section to include a main marker buoy, which would require that 5 by 11 inch buoy. It would reorganize and consolidate the GO ID and commercial passenger fishing vessel license requirements into that section. Next slide, please. Within that same section, it would add that small marker buoy, 3 by 5 inches again, reorg the CPFV marking requirements, and within this section, it would also add the service interval of 9 days. The language would require the trap to be raised, cleaned, and emptied, aka serviced at intervals not to exceed 9 days. And there is a weather conditions at sea permitting language in there that would take into account the prevailing conditions for enforcement purposes. Next slide, please. Again, within this section would add the individual trap limit provision. It would also allow servicing of up to additional 10 traps with written permission in the event of an emergency or incapacitation of a fellow fisherman. It would also, within this section, move that CPFV trap limit. The only change to that section, other than moving it, would be that the 60 trap limit would apply for all crab species. Next slide, please. And then within 2980, this is the director's authority component. This would add director's authority using the RAMP framework to evaluate risk. Under RAMP, which is adding 132.8 in the commercial section, it would tie the director's authority to a marine life concentration trigger. In the event that whale and turtle presence exceeds thresholds under the RAMP program, the director may apply a management action to help mitigate that risk. The risk would be evaluated monthly and certainly prior to the opening of the season. It's a data-driven process based on the best available science, and the way the RAMP framework is structured, it's adaptive and can include new science as it becomes available. Next slide, please. If a management action is required under the RAMP framework, the director can take that action either at a fishing zone level, which I'll show a zone map in a moment, or it can occur at a statewide level. Those management actions may include an advisory. So basically that's to the fleet, be alert, there are whales in the area, use best practices, try to avoid areas where whales and sea turtles are foraging. It could be a season delay, so delaying this opener of the recreational fishery if whales and turtles have not migrated out of the area. Or it could result in an early season closure if large numbers of whales typically return to those fishing zones. Turtles usually come much later in the summer. Next slide, please. In the event of the management action, the director under this provision would provide a minimum of a 5-day notice to the fleet. It would be transmitted through a director's declaration. It would include access to data, the rationale for the management action, and information about the duration of the management action. It would be communicated through a listserv, which will live on the Whale Safe Fisheries page. And we would also anticipate using the validation program contact information to alert fishermen if they have provided that email address during the purchase of that validation program. Next slide, please. It may not be advancing on my side, but I'll assume that the RAMP fishing zone map is up. This image shows the RAMP fishing zones. The coast of California is broken into 7 zones. Under the RAMP, can you see it, Commissioner Sklar?
We were just asking that advance to the next slide.
Yeah, if you could go to, there we go. Thank you, slide 12. I didn't know if it was a hang up on my end.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So this is the RAMP fishing zone map. It's divides the state up into 7 fishing zones from Oregon to the Mexico border. Of note, there is a special zone, which is the sea turtle foraging area. That's zone 7. Again, those management actions under director's authority could occur within any or all of those zones, depending on the risk as structured under RAMP. And one more slide, next slide, there. And then again, under 2985, that's where the crab trap validation would live, as well as there's a minor change, just reordering. It's been in title for a while, long time. There is a San Francisco Bay exclusion for the take of Dungeness crab, and then it moves some sections related to CPFVs into that section. And then finally, within 701, it would add that recreational crab validations fee, again, $2.25. And my last slide, next slide. That is all I have. I'd be happy to take questions, and I know I moved through that quickly.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. I'm going to go to public comment now. We can get back to commissioners' questions and comments if that's okay as soon as we do that. So if you'd like to comment on this item number 11, recreational Dungeness crab fishery and whale protection, please raise your hand under Zoom or press *9 if you're on the phone. And Sherry, to let me know as the callers come up, and let's get them going.
We only have 2 so far.
Okay, go ahead. First caller, please.
Jeff Chester.
Thank you, commissioners. This is Jeff Chester representing Oceana. I'm also a member of the Dungeness Crab Fishing Gear Working Group since 2015. We support the reasonable recommendations that have been put forward and vetted by stakeholders. Providing director authority to use the science-based ramp program is a critical component of this. We support applying the regulations to all recreational crab fisheries to close any loopholes. I just wanted to point out that this entanglement issue is still at the forefront. There wasn't a whale entangled back in November 2019 in recreational gear when the commercial fishery was closed. There's also, as of this morning, we learned that a gray whale was entangled today in Monterey Bay. We don't know what the gear was yet, but this is an ongoing issue. This would be an important step overall toward getting an incidental take permit that would protect both the wildlife and fishermen. And we support authorizing the notice of intent as proposed in Exhibit 4. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Sherry, how many speakers do we have at this point?
Just one more.
Okay, please go ahead, call them.
Olnick.
Good morning, commissioners. Mark Gorelick for Coastside Fishing Club. I want to thank the commission and the department, and I appreciate the time and effort that's gone into working on these regulations, even if you weren't able to agree on everything. But we've made progress. We don't necessarily agree with the sunset or the lack of a sunset date on validation, but we can return to that issue in the future. The primary issue that separates us from the department is the issue of director authority. Early last year, in the April commission meeting, we came and we expressed concern that the litigation of the commercial crab fishery resulted in a settlement agreement. We didn't want those terms visited on us. And frankly, President Sklar, you assured us that wouldn't happen. But in fact, we have now a ramp procedure that largely incorporates those settlement terms. And under these draft regulations, we see that that's what's going to apply to recreational crabbers. To be clear, we don't oppose efforts intended to monitor the sport fishery or proportional measures to reduce the risk of entanglements. Our concern is that the assessment adopted to control risks in the commercial crab fishery, with 16 times as many confirmed entanglements and as many as 150,000 deployed traps, is not appropriate for the sport crab fishery. This is the one issue where we do not feel that our engagement with the department has been as meaningful as it could have been. When we point out the vastly lower number of entanglements, we're told that doesn't matter because only about half of the entanglements are confirmed as to source. But a sample size of 50% is far more robust than other data sets upon which management decisions are made. The department's justification is simple, that the gear and area are similar, as are the species targeted. But the department ignores the historical difference in impacts, the most direct evidence of comparative risks. The department also ignores the much, much smaller footprint of the sport crab fishery. I've heard it said, well, if the whales are there, well, then they're going to be whales. But that Boolean approach, black and white approach, doesn't apply to commercial crabbers because the ramp allows the director to reduce the number of traps deployed as a less restrictive alternative. While sport crabbers intrinsically deploy far fewer traps, we're always operating at far lower levels than the commercial fleet. We have not asked that a new ramp be developed. We simply ask that the commission, if it is going to delegate authority to the director, cabin that authority. Because we have not had a meaningful discussion with the department on this issue. We haven't been able to work out a safe but more proportional metric when it comes to whale concentrations. We're hopeful that the commission will direct the department to work with stakeholders to come up with alternate metrics to be applied for the recreational crab fishery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Commissioners, any questions or comments on this topic?
Yeah, President Sklar, I'll just say, I actually feel like we had a pretty robust discussion about the idea of director authority and the application of the ramp and the head start for the recreational sector and the trust that we have in Director Bonham in working in concert with you as president. So I don't feel a need to restate everything I said there in the June meeting, but I feel like we had a pretty robust discussion about it there.
Great. Thank you, Vice President Murray. Other commissioners want to weigh in? Not seeing any. I guess I would just add that I would like to, it has, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hosser-Carmison, I see you're turning your mic on.
Yes, I have direct contact with the fishermen here in Trinidad and on the North Coast, and I haven't had anyone contact me, or I haven't had negative comments that have come back on this. I understand that any regulation is not desirable when there hasn't been any in the past, but I do believe our fishermen here are working day and night to untangle crab gear, and there's partners in Trinidad that are assisting with that. So I really feel like this is a good situation. I do understand concern over director having the authority to open and close seasons, but I also believe it's necessary. And I think, one thing that we've worked out, President Sklar, is that you are going to reach out to the commissioners and me specifically and inform us of what's going on so that we can inform our stakeholders and constituents. So I just wanted to say, I think there has been a robust discussion, and I think folks are working together on the North Coast.
Great, thank you. So I guess I would just add a few comments. One is that I do think there's been a robust and discussion, and we have heard, and the department has heard, the recreational fishery concerns for differences, and there are differences in the way this is applied. But in the end, one whale entanglement is one too many. These are protected species, and we have to have robust procedures in place to protect every entanglement, whether or not most of them are coming from one fishery or another. That number one. Number two, I think over with a couple different topics, including domoic acid and the settlement on commercial crab fisheries. The system whereby the director consults with the president, who consults with the other commissioners and informs the other commissioner what's going on, is a very effective way to deal with situations where we have to act very quickly. The commission is not designed to nor intended to be a rapid action force. We are regulators who work over time to craft careful regulations, whereas the department's on duty, on watch every day, every second. And I know that the director often works 20-hour days to make that happen. So I think the system whereby the director in these very limited circumstances can act quickly in consultation is the way to go. And so if it's okay, I'd like to make a motion for the second alternative motion, which is such that I move and second that I move that the commission authorizes publication of a notice of intent to amend sections 2980, 29, and 29.85 and 701 related to the recreational crab fishing regulations as proposed in the initial statement of reasons, with the addition of language requiring the department director to consult with the commission president prior to taking action to implement a season delay or closure, and requiring the department or director to notify the commission of any actions taken under the director's authority at the next commission meeting.
I will second that motion.
Okay, motion made by me and seconded by Commissioner Hosser-Carmison. Can we have a roll call, please?
President Sklar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hosser-Carmison,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Silva,
Aye.
Vice President Murray.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now we're on to 12, recreational and commercial groundfish. Susan, please take us away, and then I know we're going to Kevin right afterwards. And again, thank you for your brevity on these issues.
Absolutely. Today's agenda item is the discussion hearing for proposed changes to regulations for the recreational and commercial take of federal groundfish and associated species as necessary for consistency of state water fishing regulations with federally established harvest limits that go into effect January 1st of odd numbered years. At the June meeting, you requested to to go to notice by memo. So for today's meeting, and that was based on the timing of Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting where federal recommendations were adopted. The detailed proposed regulations are outlined in the initial statement of reasons for regulation change that the department transmitted and are in your binder today. The department's senior environmental scientist, Kevin Urquhart, will present highlights of the proposed regulation changes.
Good afternoon, President Sklar and commissioners. I'm Kevin Urquhart with the Marine Region's Groundfish Project. I'm here today to speak about the proposed changes in state groundfish regulations, many of which are needed to conform to changes in federal regulations expected for 2021 and 2022. Next slide, please. The Pacific Fisheries Management Council's biennial groundfish specification and management process, as you stated, occurs every 2 years, and the process itself takes approximately 18 months to complete. The council uses best available science in incorporating recent stock assessment, catch, and other information to recommend 2021 and 2022 harvest levels. It incorporates public comment in ongoing open meeting sessions and considers advice from sport and commercial fishery representatives from California that sit on various advisory bodies. The commission should consider taking action in October to conform federal regulations, and be important because the consistency of rules in adjacent waters allows for uniformity of enforcement and minimizes confusion for anglers and the public. Next slide. The 2019 stocks assessment for cow cod was more optimistic, enough to promote a change in status from overfished to rebuilt. The improved status also allows for some increases in opportunity to be proposed for sport fishing in 2021 and 2022 in the form of increased depth access in the southern management area. The species is rebuilding much quicker than anticipated. We want to note that in collaboration with cooperative commercial passenger fishing vessels beginning in 2021, the department intends to augment cow cod fishery data collection efforts under a federal experimental fishing permit to provide more biological data for future assessments. We will be collecting cow cod length, age, sex, and if possible, fecundity data to provide essential information for future stock assessments that will better inform estimates of cow cod population status in future years. Next slide, please. Based on the improved stock outlook for yellow eye rockfish in Central and Northern California and cow cod in Southern California, the council recommended increasing depth opportunities in 3 management areas for 2021 and 2022. These are shown in yellow highlight. All the season dates will remain the same in all areas. The depths in the Mendocino management area have been expanded to match those in the northern area, and those in the San Francisco area expanded to match the central management area. Each of these actions gives recreational anglers an additional 10 fathoms of depth for fishing. The southern management area depth constraint will change from 75 to 100 fathoms, giving recreational anglers an additional 25 fathoms of depth in that management area. Nothing is changing within the cow cod conservation area. Next slide, please. Updated catch information allows us to remove the sub-bag limits for canary and black rockfish and cabezon. Currently, bag limits for these sub-bag limits for these 3 species are 3, 4, and 3 fish, respectively. Data on angler harvest in recent years with these sub-bag limits in place was lower than expected by the models, and new harvest projection modeling indicates that we can eliminate the sub-bag limits without exceeding the respective annual harvest limits for these species. Next slide, please. The proposed addition of a 5-fish sub-bag limit is necessary due to increasing sport harvest of marine rockfish in recent years. The current stock assessment used to determine the allowable catch of vermilion is itself several years old and likely does not do a good job of reflecting the current population level. A new stock assessment is planned for 2021, but it will not be available for use in management until 2023. However, in the interim, a 5-fish sub-bag limit is still needed to reduce catches in response to the recent uptick in sport catch, in keeping with the federal harvest target for this stock. Next slide, please. Gear restrictions for scorpion fish were not added to Title 14 when the same restrictions were implemented for the rest of the RCG complex. This language is necessary to conform to existing federal regulations, and we are rectifying this prior omission. The lingcod bag limit was adjusted by the council through in-season action in June 2019, and then was added to the federal regulations at that time. New language is necessary in Title 14 for consistency between state and federal regulations, and to eliminate the references to having different lingcod limits among the various groundfish management areas. A 2-fish bag limit continues to keep catch within the harvest limit for lingcod. Next slide, please. Promotes commercial changes, include increases to commercial trip limits for cabezon and greenling to allow for greater harvest. These changes were implemented in season in June 2020, so this action would establish the increases in Title 14 regulations. Cabezon will increase from 500 to 1,000 pounds for each of the 2-month periods from January, February through November, December of each year. Greenling will increase from 250 to 500 pounds for every 2-month period for January, February through to November, December of each year. The department projects the proposed increase will keep catch within annual limits while still allowing an increase in commercial opportunity. Next slide, please. The Commission should consider taking action in October to conform state recreational regulations for consistency with federal groundfish regulations. Federal groundfish regulations for 2021 and 2022 are expected to be in effect in federal waters by January 1st, 2021. Changes to sport fishing depths and elimination of some sub-bag limits will allow increased opportunity for California anglers, while one sub-bag limit would be added. Changes to commercial trip limits will allow increased opportunity for California nearshore permit holders, while ensuring catches stay within annual limits. And I would like to note for this slide that compared to the PDF in your pre-meeting package, this slide title changed and notes the correct month for the next hearing. That's all I have for you today, and I'm ready to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Seeing none, Sherry, can we invite members of the public to comment here? Again, if you want to raise your hand on Zoom, do so. If not, if you're on a phone, please press *9 and we'll get you in line. Sherry, are we getting anybody?
There are no hands raised yet.
Give another minute or so to see anybody. Please, if you want to comment on this, please raise your hand now. Sherry, let me know if anybody does.
There are still no hands, Mr. President.
Okay, looks like there's no hands.
We just got one.
Okay, good. Please bring them up. Please go ahead.
Naomi?
Yes, go ahead, please. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Jessica Langford. I live near Stirling in Scotland. I'm a freelance botanical illustrator and work with Scottish Natural Heritage on conservation projects in schools in Scotland. 30 years ago, I had an unforgettable experience of witnessing a sea turtle at a marine reserve and turtle hatchery in Java.
I'm going to stop you for a second. That's our next item. We're on item 12, which is recreational groundfish. We definitely want to hear your comment.
Sorry.
We'll come back to you then, okay?
Okay, it's
Thank
my
you.
testimony. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yes, Sherry, any other speakers?
There are no other speakers.
Okay, and this was just a discussion item, so unless any other commissioners have any questions, we will have at our next meeting for a decision. So we are on to item number 13, which is the aforementioned Pacific leatherback sea turtle petition for status as CEQA protected. Susan, please lead us off, and I know we're going to hear from John.
Great. Today is to consider and potentially act on the petition, the department's evaluation report, and comments received to determine whether listing Pacific leatherback sea turtle as threatened or endangered under the California Endangered Species Act, or CESA, may be warranted. Today's hearing is taking place more than 30 days after the public release of the evaluation report that the commission received at your June meeting. If the commission determines that the petitioned action may be warranted, Pacific leatherback sea turtle becomes a candidate species and as such would be protected under CISA during the remainder of the listing period. And if the department determines that listing may be warranted, the department will undertake a 1-year status review before the commission can make a final decision on listing. The presenter from the department is Environmental Program Manager John Ugaretz, and he will highlight the details as required in the evaluation report.
Great, thank you. Welcome, John. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President and Commissioners. I'm John Ugaretz, the Pelagic Fisheries and Ecosystem Program Manager with the Department's Marine Region. Next slide. All leatherback sea turtle populations, both in the Atlantic and Pacific, have been listed under the Federal Endangered Species Act and protected since 1970. The Commission received a petition to list Pacific leatherbacks under the California Endangered Species Act in January of 2020, and the Department has now evaluated that petition, and we have provided our formal evaluation to the Commission for your review today. Next slide. Leatherback sea turtles are the largest and deepest diving sea turtles and the 4th largest reptile. They are unique from other sea turtles in their scaleless shell. Leatherbacks spend most of their life foraging for pelagic invertebrates such as jellyfish, tunicates, and gelatinous zooplankton. They reproduce seasonally from June to September and reach sexual maturity at an estimated age of between 9 and 15 years. Next slide. Pacific leatherbacks have been reported as far north as the Bering Sea in Alaska and as far south as Chile and New Zealand. There are 3 distinct subpopulations of leatherbacks in the Pacific Ocean: the Eastern Pacific, Western Pacific, and Malaysian populations. The Eastern Pacific population nests in Mexico, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua, and migrate southward to South America in tropical and temperate South Pacific waters to forage. Little is known about the Malaysian stock, but it is considered functionally extinct. The Western Pacific population nests in Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, and Vanuatu. They migrate eastward to the U.S. exclusive economic zone offshore Washington, Oregon, and the California coast to forage. Next slide. Pacific leatherback presence off California is strongly related to seasonal upwelling that spatially drives food availability. Sightings are often reported in Monterey Bay during August by recreational boaters, whale watching operators, and researchers. In fact, recent sightings have been reported in the past 2 weeks in Monterey. Next slide. Pacific leatherbacks are highly migratory species capable of swimming more than 10,000 kilometers in a single year. Migration routes often overlap with human activity that may pose a risk to Pacific leatherback survivability. The California current ecosystem is one of the most important foraging habitats in the entire world for Pacific leatherback, as seasonal upwelling creates favorable habitat for jellyfish, their preferred prey. In 2012, NOAA designated nearly 17,000 square miles stretching along the California coast from Point Arena to Point Arguello and east of the 3,000 meter depth contour as critical habitat deemed as essential to the conservation of the species. Just more than 25,000 square miles stretching from Cape Flattery, Washington to Cape Blanco, Oregon, and east of the 2,000 meter depth contour is also designated as critical habitat. One of the most important habitat features, however, is leatherback preferred nesting conditions. These nesting beaches are not found in California or the United States. Next slide. As noted in the petition, Pacific leatherback could face extinction as the population continues to decline. Several studies have noted a decline in abundance. Between 2001 and 2017, there has been an estimated 6.1% annual decline in the nesting population. Offshore California, there were an estimated 178 leatherbacks foraging between 2005 and 2014 on average. This has dropped by an estimated 5.6% annually, and currently there are an estimated 50 leatherbacks returning to forage. Next slide. The petition lists the following as major threats to leatherbacks. Sea turtles are vulnerable to oil and oil byproduct contact. They've been known to ingest tar balls. Aquaculture poses a risk to Pacific leatherback migration routes as they can become entangled in aquaculture gear offshore. Coastal development encroaches on Pacific leatherback nesting habitat, and anthropogenic activity near or on nesting beaches results in habitat degradation, although such habitat does not exist in California. Entanglement and ingestion of marine debris is a widespread and serious threat to leatherbacks. Pacific leatherbacks can easily entangle in fishing gear or ingest plastic bags, plastic sheets, balloons, as they mistake them for gelatinous prey. From 1989 to 2004, 12 reported vessel strikes to Pacific leatherback occurred in California, but it is believed to be an underestimate. Vessel strikes are a threat to their migratory routes. Next slide. Beach erosion is attributed to climate change and seasonal storms degrade nesting habit outside of California. Fibropapillomatosis is a tumor-forming disease that afflicts leatherback sea turtles. It impairs swimming, feeding, and escapability. Harvest of adults and eggs at nesting beaches from animals and humans are also a threat to leatherback populations outside the United States. Climate change impacts that affect seasonal upwelling are a threat to leatherback critical habitat, as there will be less prey to feed on. Increase in sea surface temperature can cause delays in the nesting season, which can affect hatchling success. Warming temperatures at nesting beaches can skew the sex ratio of hatchlings, and sea level rise can erode critical nesting habitat. Ocean acidification potentially disrupts the food web and can be an indirect threat to leatherback populations. Finally, drift gillnet and longline fishing gear have historically been a threat to Pacific leatherback populations. Foreign fishing remains a threat. Next slide. There are, however, significant existing management protections for leatherbacks. Under the Federal Endangered Species Act protection, it is illegal to harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, kill, or trap leatherbacks or attempt to do those activities. NOAA and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have joint jurisdiction for sea turtles. The current U.S. Pacific leatherback recovery plan includes protecting turtles on nesting beaches, protecting nesting and foraging habitats, reducing bycatch in commercial and recreational fisheries, reducing the effects of entanglement and ingestion of marine debris, working with international partners to protect turtles in foreign waters, and supporting research with conservation projects consistent with recovery plans. The federally endangered Pacific leatherback conservation area is a 213,000 square mile seasonal area closure in the US EEZ off Central California and Oregon during a time when leatherback are foraging. The California Drift Gillnet Transition Program is a program with the goal of reducing bycatch and enabling a sustainable swordfish fishery. The transition program enables permittees to voluntarily surrender their DGN permit and drift gillnet gear in exchange for monetary compensation. Internationally, a December 2008 measure to reduce sea turtle mortality in fishing operations and improve handling of captured sea turtles, increased data on monitoring and sea turtle interactions was adopted. Next slide. The petition recommends that the state list leatherbacks under the California Endangered Species Act, develop a leatherback recovery plan, improve monitoring of the species, increase coordination with other governments and agencies, continue to reduce fishing gear interactions, set a hard limit on the incidental take of leatherbacks. The petition also recommends that the governor declare a climate emergency and that the state support policy changes that minimize climate change and ocean acidification impacts. Finally, the petition recommends that the state encourage the Pacific Fishery Management Council to address bycatch and adopt practices that avoid entanglements, including the phasing out of gear associated with entanglements. Next slide. The department's evaluation of the petition notes that with federal ESA listing, Pacific leatherback populations continue to decline. We conclude that the petitioned action may be warranted and recommend that the commission accept the petition for further consideration. Next slide. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much, John. Fellow commissioners, any questions or comments for John or for Susan? If there is not, then I know that the petitioner, Annalisa, would like to speak and we're granting her 5 minutes. No? 7 minutes, I'm sorry. So can we call up Annalisa?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Great. Are my slides showing?
Not yet. Let's bring them up, please, if you can.
Thank you. I believe that's on your end.
Yeah, it is. We're working on it. But go ahead if you don't mind. Please start.
Of course, you got it. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Perfect timing. So my name is Annalisa. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Manager for Turtle Island Restoration Network. And today I'm going to assist you in your decision whether to accept the department's recommendation to list Pacific leatherbacks under CISA. So on behalf of the petitioners, I would like to encourage you to accept that recommendation and consider our petition. Slide 2, please. So we petitioned to list leatherback sea turtles under CISA in January of this year. Thus far, the Department of Fish and Wildlife has found sufficient information to indicate that listing is warranted. So again, in preparation for that decision today, I'm just going to discuss leatherback sea turtles, the critical importance of California waters for their survival, and why existing protections are inadequate to keep these species from extinction. And I know that we're trying to rush through this, so I'll try not to duplicate information that was just stated. Slide 3, please. So I think it was stated that leatherbacks have been around for over 100 million years, since the age of the dinosaurs. They're extremely unique species, the only species of sea turtles with a soft shell. They are the only living warm-blood reptile, the largest of all living turtles, growing up to 7 feet in length, weighing up to 2,000 pounds. But as we know, they are nearing extinction due entirely to man-made threats. Next slide, please. So the problem is that Pacific leatherback populations have declined 80% since the 1980s, are anticipated to decline 96% by 2040, and are considered to be in imminent danger of extinction. In 2016, NIMS even named Pacific leatherbacks one of 8 marine species most likely to go extinct. And just to reiterate, the primary threats to the survival of this species include drowning in industrial fishing gear, especially longline and gillnet gear, entanglement in vertical lines of ground pots, Dungeness crab traps, and other forms of marine debris, excuse me, and pollution in the form of all marine debris, which can poison and otherwise harm leatherbacks because, as was mentioned, they ingest their opportunistic feeders. Increasing levels of ship strikes are leading to increasing levels of injury and deaths, and of course, global warming, which is increasingly rendering their habitat unsuitable. Next slide, please. Right now, we're not doing enough, and we're seeing the results. So insufficient protections in place have remained stagnant, while threats to leatherback survival have been increasing at alarming rates, resulting in this substantial population decline that we are seeing. So the NIMS status review that was just published this month actually shows that there's been a 37% decline in the past 13 years. This year, they counted 1,277 nesting females, down from 2,025 in 2007. And in fact, at this point in time, scientists say in order to maintain their current population, only 1 Pacific leatherback can be killed every 6 years. That isn't even the amount required to rebuild the population, just to maintain it. Any more deaths than that will contribute to their population decline. And just in this past 5 years, we've already had 3 interactions between fisheries and Pacific leatherbacks in California waters, 2 of which resulted in leatherback deaths. So clearly we're exceeding this threshold already. So now is the time to increase these protections and ensure the survival of the species. Ultimately, what we want to see is recovery and delisting from both the California and Federal Endangered Species Act. Next slide, please. So this figure, you can see the West Pacific leatherback sea turtles migration in areas of primary foraging habitat. So as you can see, and as was already explained, the California current ecosystem is an incredibly important foraging area. And these leatherbacks undertake the longest migrations of any sea turtle, averaging almost 4,000 miles each way to and from foraging and breeding areas, which actually makes them ultra vulnerable to encountering and being caught in marine debris, fishing equipment, encountering ingestion issues, oil and gas threats, vessel strikes, all forms of major threats. So while we cannot protect them from all the threats they encounter around the world, we can control what we do in California waters. Next slide, please. And as was stated, there are some protections already in place for Pacific leatherbacks, which are emblematic of the importance California holds to these animals. If you'll take a look at this map, it represents telemetry data from 40 individual leatherbacks. The black dots are areas where they're swimming, and red areas where they're feeding, likely on jellyfish. So the point I want to drive home here is that the critical importance of California waters for these animals and the inadequacy of existing protections for these areas. Excuse me. For example, listing under the federal ESA, which designates California waters as critical habitat, is so important, but it must also be strengthened with complementary California regulations. For example, the federal designation protects the area from negative impacts due to federal actions, but not from state actions. Banned longline gear in California is great, but it's also currently under attack by the federal government. The implementation of the Pacific leatherback conservation area prevents strip gill net fishing during times of peak occupancy, But as I'm going to discuss on the next slide, that is also under attack by the federal government. Next slide, please. So in outlined in blue, you can see the PLCA, or Pacific Leatherback Conservation Area. In the pink area, you can see the federally designated critical habitat for Pacific leatherbacks, which was established to reflect the high density area for leatherbacks. So once again, this highlights the importance of the California waters, but also the dire need for additional protections here. And the black dots are all telemetry data from Pacific leatherbacks. So although the PLC is protected from gill nets during peak abundance, there were 2 exempted fishing permits issued by the federal government during the fall of 2019, which allowed longline fishing until it was struck down via court order. So California really needs to step in here where the federal government has not, in order to address emerging threats and strengthen existing protections. Thus far, the existing protections have barely allowed leatherbacks to survive and do not provide uplift. We need California to identify areas essential for leatherback recovery and to create affirmative protections in order to finally halt the decline of Pacific leatherback populations. Next slide, please. So we need additional protections provided by the California Endangered Species Act, or CESA. These protections could increase state and federal cooperation and coordination, protect these creatures against federal rollbacks from the Federal Endangered Species Act, allow the state to enforce protections for leatherbacks that NIMS is not currently implementing, prohibit catch to incidental fishing without a California issued incidental take permit, improve monitoring of leatherback sea turtle abundance and populations in California waters, increase the state's ability to manage the deadliest fisheries in California waters, and hopefully will establish hard caps or limits to how many turtle interactions there can be in fisheries, with 100% observer coverage in all fisheries that could kill critically endangered leatherbacks as bycatch. Next slide, please. So today, I showed you why leatherbacks are declining despite existing protections, why California waters are so critically necessary in order to prevent the eventual extinction of Pacific leatherbacks, and once again, see this population grow. So thank you for your time and attention.
Great, thank you very much. Terrific. I'd like to invite now any members of the public who'd like to speak on this topic. I know we have one speaker who was speaking on an earlier item that meant to speak on this. So again, raise your hand on Zoom or press *9 on your phone and we'll get you in line to speak. Sherry, do we have speakers lining up?
We have 10 so far.
Okay, so we are going to do 1 minute. Let's go with the first speaker, please.
Jorge De Seco.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead, please.
My name is George De Checo. I live in Ukiah, Mendocino, and I strongly encourage you to list the endangered turtle under the California Endangered Species Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Actually, you know, we could Sherry, could you identify the speaker who is from Scotland who was speaking before? We'll let her go first if she's available. Sherry?
I think I got the right one.
Okay, go ahead, please. Hello? Yes, go
Ms.
ahead,
Langford?
please. Go ahead. Naomi, go ahead, please. You're muting yourself, I believe. You need to unmute yourself.
I have, I hope.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. 30 years ago, I had an unforgettable experience of witnessing a sea turtle at a marine reserve and turtle hatchery in Java. It was midnight on a lonely beach, only the sound of waves and the sky full of stars. A large green turtle crawled slowly up the beach, dug a hole, and laid her eggs. I sat there for over an hour, silently watching her, just being there. This ancient creature, whose ancestors were around with the dinosaurs 100 million years ago. She swished sand over her eggs, made her slow, exhausted way back to the sea, and vanished. The next morning at the hatchery, I was given a bucket full of baby turtles to release into the sea. Each one was a perfect replica of its parents, no bigger than an egg. It sat in the palm of my hand. I placed each one carefully on the shore, and instinctively they raced to the water and disappeared into the sea.
We'll let you go a little bit longer. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I strongly support listing critically endangered Pacific leatherback sea turtles under California's Endangered Species Act.
Great. Thank you very much. And we appreciate your staying up so late to talk to us.
No problem.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jeff Chester.
Hi, Commissioners. Jeff Chester with Oceana. We want to strongly support the CDFW recommendation to advance to candidacy and do a full status review that will ultimately result in additional protections and safeguards. We also submitted a letter with a number of other groups on this, and also wanted to remind the Commission that you also supported designation of the leatherback as the state marine reptile in 2012, and we've been holding a annual Leatherback Conservation Day on October 15th ever since. So thank you very much, and we really appreciate the work that CDFW staff did in compiling the best available information on the status of this, and are very concerned about the decline of this species. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Sharon Stewart.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Sharon Stewart. I live in Melbourne Beach, Florida. I am a strong advocate for marine life and ocean conservation. I volunteer to clean, restore, and protect the coast, oceans, and waterways. I am a member of the Marine Resources Council in Palm Bay, Florida, and I donate every year for the sea turtles. I am speaking today to ask the Commission to list Pacific leatherback sea turtles on the California Endangered Species Act, because although Pacific leatherbacks have been on the Federal Endangered Act, they are dying and there's not a recovery plan. I believe placing the leatherbacks on the state Endangered Species Act will better provide a recovery plan and protect this precious marine animal. Thank you for your consideration and allowing me to speak on this matter.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Allison Date.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Allison Date. I live in Tampa, Florida, and I want leatherbacks listed. I'm here because of an unforgettable experience similar to Naomi's with nesting leatherbacks in 2015 on a remote beach in Panama, where thousands of leatherbacks nest each year. This remarkable experience of nesting also involved the tragic loss of hundreds of hatchlings due to a nighttime fire to burn beach debris. It was the combination of these two events that highlighted for me how the lives of human and nature are intimately intertwined. So what we do matters. Leatherbacks are a significant species and have been compared to the canaries in a mine shaft. As they go, so go the oceans. And I'd like you to please provide leatherbacks additional protection and continue to find alternatives to plastic, not in our oceans. Many thanks for listening to my concerns.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Jacqueline.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline, and I live in Pinellas Park, Florida. In addition to working full-time for an environmental education nonprofit and raising my own human hatchling, who's just over a year old, I volunteer my time with the local sea turtle patrol and monitor the beach during nesting season. I am in strong support of listing the critically endangered Pacific leatherback sea turtle under California's Endangered Species Act. Thank you for your consideration and opportunity to comment on this matter.
Yes. Okay,
Laura?
thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Laura Cheriton. I'm the president of the Watershed Alliance of Marin. I've worked with the Turtle Island Restoration Network over the last 15 years. I support their listing of the sea turtle, the leatherback sea turtle under the California Environmental Species Act. They don't have enough protections, obviously. This is an amazing critical species that we should do everything we can to keep alive. And so I'm going to support them 100%. And thank you very much for your time and all the work that you've done. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Charles?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Paxton. I apologize for calling earlier out of turn. Thank you very much indeed for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Pacific Leatherbacks. I'm firmly in support as a private citizen for you to list them under the Endangered Species Act for California. I think this additional protection is necessary and validated by their parlous state. They're very near extinction. They have so many different threats. I first became interested in sea turtle conservation in the 1990s with a Guatemalan NGO called ARCAS. I supported them financially. And I know that it's very important that California sets an example also for other countries in the world. They'll see what you're doing and they'll follow. They'll consider this to be a serious issue too. Many, many thanks for all that you're doing. That's it.
Sherry, how many speakers do we have left?
We have 3 left.
Okay, go ahead. Next speaker, please.
Ross Miller?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Ross Miller. I live in Detroit, Michigan. When I was a child, I moved with my family to Thousand Oaks, just outside of Los Angeles. And on weekends, we used to go a few miles over the mountains to the beach. And I have fond memories of the time spent swimming in the ocean and experiencing the marine wildlife with my family. Since then, I've always been passionate about the environment, especially marine life and sea turtles. We must do all we can to protect them and their habitats. With hopeful eyes from around the world on the state of California in these difficult times, I ask you to do the right thing and continue to lead the world socially, economically, and environmentally, and list the Pacific leatherback under the California Endangered Species Act. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Phone caller with phone number ending in 846. You need to unmute yourself.
Hello, speaker. Let's try the next one, Sherry.
Lally?
Hi, my name is Lali Venkat, and I fully support moving Pacific leatherbacks to candidacy. While Pacific leatherbacks are listed under the Federal Endangered Species Act, federal protection is not enough to safeguard California Pacific leatherback populations. Trump administration rollbacks of the Endangered Species Act and other federal environmental laws have highlighted the need for protections for the leatherback under CISA. Pacific leatherbacks cannot afford more affronts to their existence. In this context, I urge the Commission to do the right thing and vote to move Pacific leatherbacks to candidacy and to complete a full status review of the species. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Sherry, do that other speakers, are they still waiting?
Caller with phone number 846. You need to unmute yourself.
Yep, sorry, they're not able to do that. So we're going to move on to commissioner discussion and action. I invite my fellow commissioners to speak. Vice President Murray, looks like you're ready to go.
Yeah, sure. I'll say something. I'll keep it brief. I know we're wrapping up, but yeah, for me, it's the science is quite compelling. The petition does provide sufficient information to indicate that the petitioned action may be warranted. And I think a substantial possibility of listing could certainly be found by an objective, reasonable person, which is sort of the standard that we have from CISA and our own regulations and from case law for this may be warranted decision. So I support the may be warranted finding, and happy to make a motion if other commissioners are ready for that.
Any other commissioners want to weigh in before we have a motion? Okay, please, Vice President Murray, go ahead.
Sure. I move that the commission, pursuant to section 2074.2 of the California Fish and Game Code, finds the petition to list Pacific leatherback sea turtle as an endangered species under the California Endangered Species Act does provide sufficient information to indicate that the petitioned action may be warranted based on the information in the record before the commission, and direct staff to issue a notice reflecting this finding and indicating that Pacific leatherback sea turtle is a candidate for threatened or endangered species status.
There's a second on that. I'd actually like to make the second if that's okay. And so with that, the motion made by Vice President Murray, seconded by me. Can we have a roll call, Sherry?
Vice President Murray,
Aye.
President Sklar,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Silva,
Aye.
Commissioner Hostler-Carmison.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. We're on to our final item of the day, which is item 15, marine non-regulatory requests from previous meetings. Susan, please lead us off.
Yes, today, this is a standing agenda item for the commission to act on non-regulatory requests received from the public that are marine in nature. For today, there was one marine non-regulatory request that was received at your June meeting that is scheduled for action. Exhibit 1 summarizes the request and contains the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation is that no further action is necessary, and that is reflected there. I would like to note that there was a previous pending non-regulatory request for which the petitioner or the requester has submitted an update. This is a request for a 5-year mechanical kelp harvesting plan to be approved by Sustainable Ocean Harvest. The company has been working with the department and updated that plan and has resubmitted that plan. No action is needed by the commission at this time, but I wanted to bring it to your attention. And with that, staff recommends adopting the staff recommendation as reflected in Exhibit 1.
Great, thank you, Susan. So if anybody would like to comment on item number 15, marine non-regulatory requests, please raise your hand now through Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Sherry, let us know if anybody's come up.
There are no hands raised.
Let's give people another minute. Please raise your hand for this item if you'd like to speak on it.
Still no hands.
Okay, Sherry, thank you very much. So, fellow commissioners, there's just a simple motion on this one and we can wrap up for the day.
I will make that.
Go ahead, Jackie.
I would move that the commission adopts the staff recommendation for the action on the August 2020 marine non-regulatory request.
Second.
Great. So motion made by Commissioner Hostler-Carmison, seconded by Commissioner Burns. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hostler-Carmison.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Silva.
Aye.
Vice President Murray.
Aye.
President Sklar.
Aye. And motion passes unanimously. So with that, just a few minutes later than we're supposed to get kicked out of the building here. And I should just mention, you see some of us wearing face masks and some not. Anybody who's wearing a mask is alone, mostly in their homes, doing the Zoom meeting. But it's essential that that 3 of us be together. So me, the executive director, and general counsel for the commission have always been meeting in the same room, a big room spaced out greatly with masks on so we can protect ourselves and our families and each other. But we want to know that we're modeling the right behavior, that when somebody's home alone, they don't have to wear a mask, but when we're together, we do. It is essential that the 3 of us be together because it's really hard to conduct and organize the meeting without being able to, do logistical comments offline and on mute. So we hope it's working well. I'm sorry we had to rush today, but with the rolling blackouts, the state had asked that that the state buildings be emptied by 3 o'clock. They then moved it to 2 o'clock, about 5 minutes before 2. So we did go over, but I think this has worked well. It's not perfect, but I'm pretty proud of of the job we've done as a commission and the staff has done to make this all work. And so thank you to everybody for your patience and understanding in this not being as easier and being able to speak as long as you'd like. I know that's hard and we don't like to do that, but we have to manage it within the time we have. So with that, we're going to recess this meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission meeting until tomorrow morning at 8:30 when we pick up on item number 17. Thank you all very much. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.